Camille's face twitched violently. Was this kid mocking him? I was just playing with you, but since you clearly don't understand. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward slowly, his eyes sharpening with aggression. Hey, this is getting exciting. Just as Camille stepped closer. Stop. Raziel raised a hand calmly. Huh? What? Give me 2 seconds, Raziel said casually, turning away from Camille, ignoring the fight entirely, and walked toward a group of senior students standing nearby. Confused murmurs rippled through the watching crowd. Even Camille's expression warped into pure bafflement. What the hell? 2 seconds in the middle of a fight? Does he think this is cricket? That everyone's gonna pause because he asked nicely? But the strange thing was, the conversation delves into the realm of concepts, categorizing them into lower or mid-tier examples, such as Pub Fuchu Adsfi, which, despite its various uses, can be controlled, healed from, or extinguished, implying a level of reversibility and control and swordsmanship. A martial path that, although effective, is bound to a physical medium like weapons, highlighting its limitations. As the discussion progresses, it transitions into higher concepts, and ultimately, the supreme concepts, like the one that was just obtained, with killing being deemed supreme because death is an irreversible act that cannot be undone, a notion that weighed heavily on the listener, who began nodding slowly as the weight of the words sank in, his expression becoming more thoughtful, prompting him to murmur in response. A light, he murmured. I get the logic now. Keep going, indicating his desire to further understand the intricacies of these concepts and their implications. Camille stood there, watching, and so did the crowd. Raziel didn't care. He walked over to the trio of upperclassmen, who raised their brows but didn't move. What do you want? One of them asked, folding his arms as he stared at Raziel. There were 3 of them, clearly seniors. Probably not nobodies either. 100 elemental cores, Raziel said without emotion, to break that guy's bones. He casually pulled out a spatial pouch from inside his suit and began fishing out shimmering elemental cores, grade D. The front guy blinked, almost confused. Huh? Why should we... No, wait, 100? Are you serious? 100 D grade elemental cores. Just to beat up one crazy kid? He glanced at his companions, confusion on his face. After all, that kind of currency was equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Definitely worth it. Here. Raziel handed 100 cores to the front man, then gave 50 each to the other 2. Help your friend. They took the cores instinctively. All right. The first guy smirked, sliding the cores into his own spatial bag. What a generous deal. And it's not like fighting's banned. Just don't kill anyone. Without another word, the 3 seniors started walking straight toward Camille. From behind, Raziel heard his voice. Hey guys, what are you? Now that's sorted, he muttered to himself, adjusting his suit like a businessman wrapping up a meeting. Behind him, screams rang out. Sorry dude, business is business, one of the seniors said. Then came the screams. Camille's voice echoed behind him, shouting, cursing, and eventually even crying out as fists met flesh. Students around Raziel parted again, giving him a wide, reverent path as he walked out. Was that your idea of taking care of him without touching? The system's voice echoed in his mind, clearly disappointed. You had me hoping for something brilliant, not bribing mercenaries. Money is also a superpower, Raziel shrugged. And why would I fight something so sapid when I know it won't get me anything in return? I'd rather pick a fight with a duke or a king. That would be more my style. He ran a hand through his hair with an overly heroic flair. Always fight people stronger than you. The level of people you fights with are level you be looked on by. After a few more minutes of walking, Brazil reached his designated classroom. Well, calling it a classroom would be underselling it. It looked like a miniature castle repurposed into a learning hall. Tall, arched windows lined the walls, letting in streams of golden sunlight. The floor was laid with deep red carpets woven with complex designs, and each desk and chair looked antique, crafted from what appeared to be gilded mahogany, gold-trimmed, and velvet-cushioned. This was the royal classroom. Only students who had gathered at least 1,000 elemental cores in the trial were allowed here. Just 36 had made it this year, which might be one of highest record. Of course, Raziel knew all too well how most of them passed. Except for one person, every student here was part of a large party during the trial. Most were directly affiliated with Selena or Arian. Their collected cores had been redistributed among their teams and protectors, ensuring everyone passed just over the minimum requirement. And those protectors? Almost all were nobles or children from powerful houses, trusted, talented, and well-funded. Even Selena and Arion themselves had barely cleared the threshold. Not because they were weak, but because of how widely they'd shared their resources. Raziel had done it alone. Of course cheated, but he cheated on his own strengths, right? That's not illegal, right? And even if it is, he doesn't give a shit. His thoughts came to a halt the moment he stepped through the ornate doorway. And just like that, every gaze in the room snapped toward him. Conversations fell silent. A heavy stillness spread across the chamber as every single person turned to look. No one moved, no one spoke. They stared. Wait, what? He's in the royal classroom too? It was as if Raziel's appearance had shattered the ground beneath their feet. Shocked expressions flared across dozens of faces as if someone had tossed a thunderbolt into the room. There were roughly 40 to 50 students seated within. Most were first years, but quite a few were seniors. Raziel quickly noted that many of the older students likely had no need to attend classes anymore, yet they were here today. After all, the royal classroom was open to anyone who'd been officially recognized and admitted into it, regardless of their year. Still, as Raziel recalled, seniors rarely showed up unless something significant was happening. Most of their time was spent training, fulfilling special missions, or working to earn contribution points. The fact that so many were here today said enough. Raziel stood there in silence for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping the room. Every face stared back at him with a mixture of emotions, confusion, suspicion, shock, and even disgust. But he didn't say anything. He simply looked. Until, eventually, his eyes landed on a few familiar faces. Arion Drakenveer and Selena Luminous, both seated in the very front rows. They weren't sitting together, of course, each occupying their own throne-like chair, separated by several seats. Both of them had calm, unreadable expressions, as if they'd expected this. Selena's gaze, however, was different. Her golden eyes locked onto him, not with disdain, but with something far more intense, as if she were analyzing him from head to toe, trying to absorb every detail of his being with her gaze alone. There was an unsettling sharpness to it, something far too focused, too curious. What's with that look? Raziel wondered. Why is she staring like she wants to scan my soul? Disgusting. He didn't even want to look at her ad. He turned his gaze to other side, making Selena's eyes move. His attention shifted to another girl seated a few rows behind Selena. Emerald green hair like flowing spirit vines, and matching vivid eyes that held the shimmer of clarity and calm. She looked surprised, truly caught off guard by his presence. Silva Fairlith, the only student in this room, aside from Raziel himself, who had truly earned her seat here through her own strength alone. She had collected over 700,000 cores, nearly reaching an impossible feat on her own merit. One of the youngest kingdom-level threats in the entire world. Even now, Raziel knew she could destroy nations by herself. And then his eyes moved again, to a figure so striking that for a moment, the rest of the room simply ceased to exist. Even among the two goddesses seated here, Selena with her divine golden glow and Silva Fairlith with her ethereal emerald grace, this woman outshone them. Not because of jewels or presents, but because of something else. Something mote possible to define, a stillness or maybe a pressure. Platinum white hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, shimmering faintly beneath the golden light that poured in from the tall academy windows. Her eyes, those same platinum irises, seemed to gleam like untouched ice, sharp and distant, focused entirely on nothing. And yet somehow, on him, sitting silently at the very first seat, closest to the professor's platform, just some steps away from him. And just with that entire mood shattered, he put hand on his mouth as almost wanted to puke. His ex-fiancée. Chapter 66. Future Concerns. She stared directly into his eyes. Expressionless, cold. There wasn't even a flicker of emotion on her face. Not a twitch in her brows or a shift in her gaze. Her icy demeanor felt like a wall, immovable, distant. Raziel looked at her, disappointment clouding his eyes. For a moment, he searched for something in her expression, regret, confusion, even little shame of what she had once done, but found nothing. Just a frozen, hollow indifference. And that hurt him actually, even if he refused to admit it. But instead of reacting, he simply looked away, as if he no longer cared. He wondered if it was possible to bring back flowers, and his mind began to wander to other extraordinary things, like magical plants, rare herbs, and ancient saplings that had been alive for 1,000 years. His heart started to beat faster as he thought about alchemy materials, magical ores, refined metals, and treasures only found in hidden realms or mythological beast territories. And he couldn't help but think that if such things existed, they might also exist in this place. And then suddenly, a realization hit him like a freight train. He thought about someone who could grow flowers like a celestial garden. And what if there were villains with other professions? Like blacksmiths, alchemists, potion masters, spirit beast tamers, and even cooks. And his thoughts were filled with the endless possibilities of what could exist in this world, and the idea that there could be people with extraordinary abilities and skills, just like the one who could bring back flowers, was a truly overwhelming concept, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and trepidation at the thought of what other secrets this world might hold, and the potential dangers that might lurk in the shadows. As his mind continued to racing with the endless possibilities, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was so much more to this world than he could have ever imagined. Did he actually collect 1,000 cores? Who helped him? The murmurs began. Whispers. Questions. Suspicion rising like heat from a boiling pot. Raziel heard it all. His sharp senses didn't miss a word, but he didn't flinch or show any flicker of emotion. He walked like a man whose ears were deaf and heart feels no emotions. One foot after another, calm, collected, uncaring. Like, who the fuck cares? He thought in his head. Hey, a voice called out clear, calm, feminine, even laced with ever so present authority deep within. Celestia, the girl with platinum hair, the girl sitting in the first seat, the very picture of nobility and grace. Did he actually collect 1,000 cores? Who helped him? The murmurs began. Whispers, questions, suspicion rising like heat from a boiling pot. Raziel heard it all. His sharp senses didn't miss a word, but he didn't flinch or show any flicker of emotion. He walked like a man whose ears were deaf and heart feels no emotions. One foot after another, calm, collected, uncaring. Like, who the fuck cares? he thought in his head. Hey! A voice called out clear, calm, feminine, even laced with ever so present authority deep within. Celestia. The girl with platinum hair. The girl sitting in the first seat, the very picture of nobility and grace. Even the senior students who usually kept their heads down and minds on their own business jerked upright, their lazy eyes narrowing. Did he just ignore her? Did he just ignore the imperial princess? Someone whispered with trembling lips, their voice barely audible. But before the sentence could fully leave their mouth, the student sitting behind him slapped a hand over their face, hissing through clenched teeth. Are you trying to die, you idiot? All breathing halted. No one moved. No one dared. The atmosphere felt like the edge of a sword, stretched tight and ready to snap. Every gaze was fixed on Celestia, waiting, bracing, terrified of what would come next. Only one sound echoed through the tension, Raziel's footsteps, steady and indifferent, moving toward the back of the classroom. He sat down on the very last seat. Silence lingered. All eyes kept shifting between Celestia and Raziel. Everyone waited. Even Arion, Silva, and especially Selena were frozen tense, unmoving. Selena's hand was already twitching, ready to jump in if even the slightest ripple of danger appeared. But what came next was nothing like what they expected. Celestia didn't react with anger. She didn't even acknowledge it. She just rested her elbow casually on the desk, her chin propped up gently by her fist. Her eyes gazed ahead, blank and bored, like she hadn't even noticed what just happened. As if Raziel's complete disregard meant absolutely nothing to her. She didn't turn her head, not even once. Another 10 seconds passed. And then suddenly everyone in the room let out the breath they hadn't realized they were holding. A synchronized sound of relief. Some students even wiped sweat from their foreheads, heartbeats pounding like drums in their chests. It was terrifying how just her presence could bring that kind of pressure. Even though Raziel had been the one to break etiquette, everyone felt as if they might be punished. That's how dangerous Celestia was. If there was anyone in the academy who could bend or break the rules, it was her. And she hadn't done anything. Yet, what a fucking idiot. Dozens of eyes turned toward Raziel again, this time not with curiosity or disgust, but with barely restrained killing intent. How could he be so reckless, so stupid? Selena gnawed at her fingernails, her eyes glued to Celestia. She was his ex-fiancée. Does he even hate her now? She wondered, her mind spiraling, the pace of her biting growing frantic. Raziel sat down at the very back of the grand royal classroom, his figure slouched casually as his eyes drifted upward to the ceiling. There was no window on his side, no comforting breeze or distraction to stare at. So he didn't know what he was supposed to be doing here, and honestly, he didn't care. As for that woman who had just tried to call out to him, he dismissed the memory with a sneer in his thoughts. He didn't want to talk to people like her. No, actually, he didn't even want to be here. Not at all. If he had his way, he wouldn't have stepped foot in this academy. His only real reason for coming was to unlock the basic functions of his system, which could only be activated after participating in the Gate of Worth. That was it. Beyond that, he had no desire to linger here. What would he even gain? Ridicule? Hate? Contempt? This place would only remind him of everything he hated. He couldn't even access the resources provided, even if he wanted to. And worst of all, the people he despised most in the entire world were all gathered right here. So why was he still here? Because things had spiraled. Because choices once made had chained him into this mess. Because simply taking part in the trial had revealed his identity. And that revelation set everything else in motion. His mere presence had become a problem to the world around him. If not for his move in claiming a duel of honor yesterday, he would have been dead already. Literally. That duel was his shield. The moment he claimed it, all open attempts on his life had to be postponed. The Academy and the Empire recognized it. No one could try to kill him until the duel was settled. Not even the ones whose blood boiled at the very sight of him. So he would stay. At least until then. After the duel, if he won, the Holy Promise would grant him protection. It was in suffering. Why is it feared? Because it's nearly undetectable. No alchemical skill, no medical art, no divine sense can recognize it as poison. In most cases, it doesn't even register as poison at all. It hides in the victim's body, silent and cruel. And when it activates, it unleashes hell. Paralyzing pain. Agony that makes warriors collapse. It drains a person's strength, breaking them down to the point they can't even lift a weapon. In some cases, it causes complete body failure for 3 entire months. And because it cannot be identified, it cannot be treated. There is no antidote, no shortcut. The victim has no choice but to wait it out, helpless. That was the true weapon. It was in suffering. Why is it feared? Because it's nearly undetectable. No alchemical skill, no medical art, no divine sense can recognize it as poison. In most cases, it doesn't even register as poison at all. It hides in the victim's body, silent and cruel. And when it activates, it unleashes hell. Paralyzing pain. Agony that makes warriors collapse. It drains a person's strength, breaking them down to the point they can't even lift a weapon. In some cases, it causes complete body failure for 3 entire months. And because it cannot be identified, it cannot be treated. There is no antidote, no shortcut. The victim has no choice but to wait it out, helpless. That was the true weapon. Raziel's plan wasn't to defeat Arion in combat. It was to ensure Arion couldn't even appear. Because the dragon heart was now part of Arion's body. The moment it resonated with him, the venom would activate. And then, Arion would be bedridden if not completely paralyzed. And by the rules, if a challenger fails to show up for the Duel of Honor, the other party wins automatically. All as planned. Yes, Arion was from a powerful Duke family. Yes, he had terrifying strength and backing. But that was the brilliance of Raziel's scheme. Even if they realized something was wrong, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The venom was hidden too well. Buried inside the royal bloodline, dragon heart. A sacred treasure. No one would dare investigate it. They would simply assume the discomfort Arion experienced was a side effect, his body adjusting to the new power source. Perfect. So if everything was prepared so flawlessly, why did Raziel still feel anxious? Because of one clause in the rules. If a person cannot attend their Duel of Honor due to sincere injury or emergency, they are allowed to send someone in their place, a substitute fighter. That substitute wouldn't claim any of the challenger's rewards or status, even winning the bet rewards other party had promised already, but the duel would still happen. A symbolic continuation of the honor of duel, and that was what unsettled Raziel. He had no idea who Arion would choose. It could be anyone, and knowing Arion, it would be someone strong, someone terrifying. He might win the duel by default, but he still had to survive the battle, and survival wasn't guaranteed. And if that substitute was stronger than him, then it wouldn't matter how clever the plan was. Raziel could die, right there, on that stage. He sighed quietly, leaning back in his chair. His fingers stopped tapping. His mind ran through every possibility, every scenario. The room around him buzzed with quiet tension, whispers, and side glances, but he was already far away, drifting deep into strategy and speculation. He didn't come here to learn. It's just that he had no other choice. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out from the side, laced with casual warmth and a hint of mischief. Hey friends, long time no see, huh? Looks like your numbers have grown quite a bit. Chapter 67, The Preserver. Hey friends, long time no see, huh? Looks like your numbers have grown quite a bit. The familiar voice made Raziel jolt in his seat. Almost. He didn't let it show on his face, though. He clenched his jaw, kept his mouth shut tight, and forced himself to stay still. He refused to let what happened last time happen again. The mere memory of it made his chest tighten, how his mouth had spilled everything without control, like someone had torn the dam open. The truth domain of the gods, or whatever cursed thing Riven had used that day. Raziel wanted nothing to do with it. He turned his head slowly, warily, and of course, there he was. Riven stood beside his seat, leaning slightly, his face far too close for comfort, wearing that ever-gentle, ever-fake smile. His silver-white hair fell neatly around his sharp features, and his eyes sparkled with some kind of knowing amusement. He even raised an eyebrow at Raziel, as if to say, "You look well." Raziel narrowed his eyes. He hadn't even heard him approach. Not a single sound. No footsteps or even any heartbeat, even now. Nothing. Great, he thought bitterly. Not even that S-rank skill able to help. How the hell am I supposed to defend myself from something like this? Still, he said nothing. Not a word. He clamped his jaw shut, refusing to even twitch his lips. His eyes met Riven's with cold annoyance before rolling slightly in irritation. He didn't dare say a single word to this damn god. Who knew what would slip out if he did? Still, these fucking gods, can't they mind their own damn business? Why did Riven even bother to come talk to him? Hadn't he already said that Raziel was his enemy? So what the hell was with the, "Hey friend," and that stupid plastic smile? Raziel wanted to scream, to shove this hypocrisy right in his face. But instead, he just sighed inwardly, tightening his shoulders. Oh ho? Not even a word this time? Riven said with a chuckle, acting like he was somehow hurt by the silence. Don't worry. I'm not going to pull any of that mind-messing stuff again. That last time, well, that was necessary. He even added it in a calm, clarifying tone, like he was some honest man trying to fix a misunderstanding. Raziel still didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Riven with narrowed eyes, then subtly gestured toward the rest of the class. Nearly every pair of eyes was now watching them. Raziel's gaze said it all. Aren't you worried about what they'll think of you? Talking to me? He wanted nothing more than to be as far from this god as possible. Who knew what he could do just by talking? Riven seemed to get the message. He smiled again, as if humored. Yeah, you're right, he said, then turned around casually. As he did, he noticed the stares, the sharp glares, the judging eyes of the classroom. But he didn't care. Without a second thought, he walked off like he had never even spoken to Raziel in the first place. Raziel rolled his eyes again. Why the hell do people call this god the fool? It should be the dumbass or something that actually matches how clueless he pretends to be. Always playing dumb while knowing more than anyone else. Of course, Raziel already knew Riven would be in the royal classroom. He wasn't some low-born peasant reborn into hardship or orphan drama. Nah, he was a god. He picked the best template available, prince of a neighboring kingdom. Not some background nation either, but a political vessel directly under the Etherion Empire. A perfect background. Far enough not to be involved in Empire politics too much, yet close enough to hold influence. Even if that kingdom wasn't as wealthy or militarily powerful, it was still well respected. Still, Raziel admitted it was probably the best place for him to reincarnate noble status, freedom of movement, and minimal oversight. Just as Raziel finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the damned god had left him alone, a voice pierced directly into his mind. You seem to have grown stronger, my friend. Raziel's eyes immediately narrowed, lips pressing into a tight line. Mental transmission. Riven had spoken directly into his thoughts. That bastard still wasn't done. Sighing slowly, Raziel glanced across the room. Sure enough, Riven had taken a seat just behind Arion, lounging casually with one arm draped over the backrest, his usual warm, infuriating smile playing on his lips. Raziel shook his head and chose to ignore it. The less interaction, the better. Oh, I saw the poison in the dragon heart you gifted the chosen one. Quite the creative way to secure victory, I must say. Riven's voice echoed in Raziel's mind, calm, curious, and far too amused. Raziel almost jumped in his seat but managed to keep his face composed. He kept his mouth shut, refusing to give Riven the satisfaction of a reaction. That last time they'd spoken, Raziel had lost control. He hated how Riven could pry into him, dragging out truths without warning. Not like you're going to interfere with it, so why speak the obvious? Raziel thought back sharply. He still didn't understand how the god could maintain such a perfect mental link with him, but then again, he was a god. Ah, not even surprised that I know? Here I was expecting you to be startled or anxious that I might reveal your plan. I suppose I must have had this conversation with a future you in one of your many timelines. You've lived far ahead, haven't you? You're getting to know me too well. Riven sounded amused, his voice tinged with curiosity. He always did enjoy speaking in riddles, playing in the gray space between what was known and what had yet to be known. Think whatever you want, just don't disturb me, Raziel shot back, turning his face away. He wasn't about to give Riven any more satisfaction than he already had. Of course. Though I did want to ask, how are you staying this calm? You know you won't be able to win in 7 days, right? I mean, you're smart enough to understand that. You could have found many ways to avoid the battle altogether. You must be the type to think ahead. With the power you hold, escaping or hiding should be easy. Why not run instead of resisting the inevitable? Raziel narrowed his eyes, and Raziel could see the flawed assumptions in his words. Riven had misunderstood something, of course the extent of Raziel's abilities. Maybe the thought Raziel had unlimited access to regression or time travel, that he could always run, always hide, always reset the board. But he couldn't. Yes, if he did have that ability, if he could rewind time endlessly and prepare for every attack before it came, then it would be easy to avoid every danger. That would be a game he could master. But that wasn't his reality. He had no such power. No endless regression, so chance to dodge what's coming. And more importantly, Riven had slipped up. He had said her. That meant the person he would face in 7 days was a woman, likely Arion's sister. Maybe, if not her, then their mother. Though the latter seemed too far-fetched, a Duke-level figure involving herself in a student duel would be humiliating. So, I have to prepare for her? Raziel thought. Or maybe someone else entirely. He'd have to consider all options. As for the notion of his defeat being inevitable, that wasn't new. Riven, like most gods, loved to speak in layered truths, coated in prophecy and half-smiles. Raziel understood that. You do what you do, and I'll do what I can, Raziel responded coldly. And no, my end is in my hands, not in anyone else's. All right, I understand. Everyone has their right to fight. And me? I never said I would stop you, did I? You must know me by now. I'm kind and benevolent. After all, Riven chuckled lightly. Raziel didn't respond. His irritation was growing. Don't be like that, Riven continued. I just wanted to chat with someone who's died over 9,000 times. Honestly, You're the most fascinating person I've ever met. Even I haven't seen anyone like you. Still, Raziel remained silent. Am I that annoying now? How about this? I'll ask one last question, then I'll shut up. I'm curious, why didn't you just give up the match happening in 7 days? I mean, you would lose. That's clear. You know it. I know it. Wouldn't it be easier to just forfeit, walk away? You already got what you wanted. Why resist the inevitable humiliation and pain? Raziel went silent. The question hung in the air, or rather, in the corridor of his mind. Riven wasn't wrong. Raziel could surrendered, let it go. Walked away with his head low and dignity intact. He had the holy promise shielding him then. No one could touch him. But that wasn't the point. Something in his chest twisted at the thought, not because of pride, not because of hatred, but something deeper. Something that made him feel like if he ran, if he gave up, he'd never be able to look at himself again. So finally, he answered. Some battles aren't fought for victory. Maybe sometimes you just fight to let the world know someone stood on the battlefield. Even if he lost, you, of all people, should know how fate works better than anyone. So why try again? Give up? The mental link fell into momentary silence. Then, wait, what? How do you know that? No, how far in the future have you gone? Riven's voice suddenly rang in his head. Not with calm curiosity this time, but something close to genuine shock. That information isn't something you should know. Even other. Raziel smirked slightly, his eyes still fixed upward. You, of all people, should know how fate works better than anyone. So why try again? Give up? The mental link fell into momentary silence. Then, wait, what? How do you know that? No, how far in the future have you gone? Riven's voice suddenly rang in his head, not with calm curiosity this time, but something close to genuine shock. That information isn't something you should know. Even other. Raziel smirked slightly, his eyes still fixed upward. Now we're even, I suppose. Chapter 68. Don't give a fuck. Mortal. Since you know about her, you should also know what you're supposed to do. Or do I need to remind you? Riven's voice had changed, no longer light and playful, but sharp, cold, and dripping with divine condescension, like a god speaking to an insect. Raziel smiled faintly. So we've dropped the friend act already? That fast? He said quietly. No fear in his voice, only mockery. Already jumping to threats? His eyes narrowed. I haven't even done anything. I said nothing wrong. I listened to all your grand words, didn't I? You called my end inevitable, said I'd lose, mocked my plans, and I just sat here silently. Smiled even. He leaned slightly back in his chair. I just said the same thing about you and now you're angry, threatening me because I said something true? His lips curved into a mocking smirk. You know she's not yours. You know you'll never be together. That's the fate you refuse to accept. So why get upset when someone else says it? He shrugged. Don't try to joke if you can't take them. I can warn you because I can. I can threaten you because I can. I could erase you without even lifting a finger. If you were even close to strong enough, do you think I would waste time threatening you? Riven's voice rumbled through the link, cold, absolute, and divine. Raziel stiffened. The mental space between them trembled. His soul felt like it had been grazed by the tip of a divine blade. But even then, he didn't back down. Not outwardly. Whatever you want, Raziel muttered. I have no interest in her. She's not in my plans. I'm not chasing her or trying to get involved in your sacred soap opera. His fist clenched tightly beneath the table, knuckles white. Not out of anger toward Riven, but toward himself. Yes, this powerlessness, this is what he hated most. anyone could invade his thoughts, speak in his mind, threaten him, command him, silence him, and all he could do was sit there because he was weak. He was only alive right now because it served their plans, the greater good, the preservation of fate, the sacred balance, or whatever the gods called it. Riven wouldn't kill him yet, not until his so-called sacred duty was fulfilled. But that didn't mean Raziel felt safe. He couldn't trust gods, not ever. They could change their minds. They could end him with a breath, and that was unacceptable. He needed strength, real strength. He couldn't keep living like this, afraid to even speak in his own mind, afraid that one wrong word might end him. That kind of existence wasn't living at all. Sigh. I shouldn't have let anger get the better of me. Riven's voice came again, softer this time, more grounded, almost regretful. Especially not one like you. Someone with so much to carry for the balance. Apologies, kid. I just lost control for a second. Maybe it was guilt. Or maybe just divine pride masking itself in humility. Maybe talking about her. That girl had stirred something in him, made him overly protective, overly sensitive. Maybe it was his arrogance that couldn't tolerate being spoken to as an equal by a mortal. Raziel didn't care either way. Just don't bother me, he said flatly. He didn't need apologies, especially not from gods. They said sorry like it was some holy chant, nothing but shallow words to protect their pride, not to admit fault. Today you could wipe out hundreds of F-rank monsters with ease. But if you want to improve faster, here's my advice. Fight more, kill more, train like a madman, and above all, get more skills. Especially offensive ones. Right now, if you face someone with long-range abilities, you'll be finished before you can even get close. Raziel didn't argue. He knew it already. And he knew what needed to be done. It wasn't about survival anymore. He wanted to win. Today you could wipe out hundreds of F-rank monsters with ease. But if you want to improve faster, here's my advice. Fight more, kill more, train like a madman, and above all, get more skills. Especially offensive ones. Right now, if you face someone with long-range abilities, you'll be finished before you can even get close. Raziel didn't argue. He knew it already. And he knew what needed to be done. It wasn't about survival anymore. He wanted to win. And he'd tear apart anyone and anything that got in his way. System, Raziel asked calmly, though the frustration in his voice lingered beneath the surface. What kind of powers should I be focusing on? Should I go physical like weapons, speed, reflexes, or should I aim for magic? I still don't get it. Which one's actually stronger? He truly didn't know. For someone desperately chasing power, he was still unsure of where to even begin. He had no clear direction, no foundation, and with everything happening around him, time was not a luxury he had. That depends, host. What is your intended goal? What kind of threats are you expecting? If your path is defense-based and your enemy relies on pure aggression, then a physical focus, martial mastery, body training, swordsmanship, spear techniques, etc. would be highly effective. But one must be relentless. Don't go into a long list, Raziel interrupted, already rubbing his temple in irritation. Just tell me, straight, which is stronger, magic or physical? It's magic, host, no comparison. Magic begins by defying the physical world itself. While physical strength can reach incredible levels, it's always bound by natural limits. Magic has no such boundaries. It can manipulate elements, laws, concepts, using not just one's body, but the very forces of the world around you. Physical strength is personal. Magic is universal. The system's voice continued, echoing slightly in his head with clarity and undeniable logic. With enough mastery, mages can use mana to control storms, rewrite the rules of space, freeze time for a second, or burn through reality itself. That's not something you can punch or dodge. All right. I get it, Raziel muttered, waving his hand dismissively. So it's magic then. Guess I'll have to start learning magic skills fast. I have no other choice. He was already thinking ahead, mentally rearranging his future plans. If power came from magic, then he'd chase that relentlessly. System. How many elements are there in the Dark Faction? Host. I've mentioned this is restricted knowledge. I cannot. Just give me a number, Raziel sighed, rubbing his forehead. I won't ask again. There are many, but the main ones are 13. 13. Raziel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That was more than he expected. Actually, it was a bit surprising. Shadow. Yeah, that was definitely one of the primary dark elements, as far as he could guess. He couldn't help but wonder what it actually did. That element had always intrigued him. Looks like he'd need to collect more monster cores if he wanted to find out. Increasing his mana would be vital too. Raziel sat there in silence for a few more seconds, deep in thought. Sigh. Let's not complicate things for now, he muttered. First, I need to take care of the more immediate problems. Food, shelter, clothes. Those were real problems. He didn't have anything, and he knew absolutely no one in this empire was going to help him. Well, maybe there was one solution. He remembered hearing that the academy provided dorms and even food for all the students. Perhaps he could take advantage of that, at least for this week. Temporarily, but just to survive. Just as he was mentally mapping things out, a voice rang out loudly, slicing through the air like a blade. Professor Thalia, I'd like to raise an objection. As you can see, the boy sitting in the back clearly isn't interested in listening to important matters like the rules, regulations, or how to earn contribution points. The voice continued, harsh and filled with contempt. I don't believe he deserves to be in this classroom. The royal classroom is a sacred space. He doesn't belong here. Also, I don't feel safe having someone like him in the same room. Please, remove him. And I strongly question whether he even passed the trials, honestly. The voice, filled with hostility, rang across the silent classroom. Raziel looked up slowly. He had a pretty good idea who she was referring to, using words like unsafe and undeserving. Yeah, no question there. His gaze found the source quickly, a girl standing tall, her posture perfect, her long aqua blue hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her eyes burned with disdain as she stared straight at the professor, and the woman she was addressing stood in front, arms resting atop the lecture stand, most likely the professor herself, the one Raziel had completely ignored up until now. He had noticed her when she entered, yes, but hadn't paid her much attention. He never saw the point, not like he planned to stay here long. But now the room had gone dead silent. Even the smallest whispers ceased. Lady Maria, Professor Thalia said, her voice measured but cool. She remained leaning casually against the stand, like someone listening to a mildly amusing story. Then, her gaze shifted to the back of the classroom, right at Raziel. He looked right back at her, meeting her gaze squarely. No reaction. After a long pause, Thalia turned back toward Maria, expression unreadable. Very interesting, the professor whispered, her voice calm but cutting through the atmosphere like a blade. Then, in a slightly louder voice that carried throughout the classroom, she asked, whoever believes that this student does not deserve to be here or should not be allowed to stay, please raise your hands. There was a brief pause. And then, slowly, almost unanimously, hands began to rise. One by one, Students lifted their arms, nearly the entire classroom raising their hands without hesitation. Disdain was written on their faces like it was a shared language. There was no shame, only cold unity. Raziel sat back in his chair, arms crossed, leaning slightly. His expression was unreadable. He looked around slowly, eyes scanning the room, taking in every face without flinching. This wasn't unexpected. It didn't even sting anymore. He scanned faces as the hands went up, Ariane's, Silva's, and others. But then his gaze landed on three that remained still. Selena, Riven, Celestia. Of all people, they hadn't raised their hands. That caught his attention. Was it boredom, indifference, or something deeper? Riven, he understood. That guy knew too much. But Celestia, Selena, he couldn't be sure. Maybe it was beneath them to engage in such petty groupthink. Maybe they simply didn't care enough to participate. Either way, it wasn't out of kindness. Professor Thalia watched it all with practiced detachment. My, she said, voice laced with sarcasm. Seems like almost no one wants you here, Mr. Raziel. She raised a hand, motioning for the students to lower their arms. Sensitive matters. Her tone cooled. Due to special circumstances, Mr. Raziel will not be permitted access to dormitories. He will not receive any of the regular benefits afforded to Royal Classroom students. No food, no healing. No monthly stipend, no protection. He may train, he may study, but the student zone's cafeteria dorms are off limits. This is the headmaster's decision. A wave of murmurs rippled through the classroom. This, she added with biting calm, is to preserve the dignity of the academy. Sensitive matters. Her tone cooled. Due to special circumstances, Mr. Raziel will not be permitted access to dormitories. He will not receive any of the regular benefits afforded to Royal Classroom students. No food, no healing. No monthly stipend, no protection. He may train, he may study, but the student zones, cafeteria, dorms are off limits. This is the headmaster's decision. A wave of murmurs rippled through the classroom. This, she added with biting calm, is to preserve the dignity of the academy. We do not welcome rapists. That last line silenced everything. Selena flinched. Her hand twitched halfway upward as if to object, but she pulled it back down. Her lips pressed into a line, her eyes shut, and she sank deeper into her chair, a deep, pained sigh escaping her. If I say anything now, I'll only make it worse, she thought bitterly. Raziel exhaled through his nose. Well, there goes my half-expected food and shelter plan, he thought with a sardonic smirk, rolling his eyes. Thalia gave no further room for discussion. That's all. Apologies if the Academy's current environment makes anyone uncomfortable. We are, unfortunately, bound by our own rules. But don't worry, he won't be around long. 1 week, that's all. She tapped the lectern and stepped back, exiting the front of the room. As she left, whispers immediately swelled. Letting a rapist into the royal classroom? What kind of academy does that? This is a stain on the whole empire. A disgrace. Raziel had enough. He stood abruptly, the scraping of his chair silencing the room again. Dozens of eyes narrowed as they turned toward him. Without a word, he walked to the front of the class. Calmly, slowly, smiling. He placed his hand on the lecture stand, leaning slightly forward, his eyes scanning the room. Some students flinched, others prepared to leave. But he lifted one hand, gesturing for them to stay. Wait, Raziel said, his voice calm, almost amused. Just give me a minute, I want to say something. Host, what exactly are we doing here? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Just a second, Villy, Raziel replied silently. I have something important to teach these fine people. He turned his attention back to the class, meeting their confused and hostile gazes. I see a lot of angry faces, he said. People dissatisfied with me being here, even hate me, and yet none of you know anything about me. Even Selena, Arion, and Celestia leaned slightly forward, listening now, his gaze locked on the blue-haired girl Maria, the one who had started this. I'm not here to explain myself. Just give me a minute. I want to say something. Host, what exactly are we doing here? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Just a second, Villy, Raziel replied silently. I have something important to teach these fine people. He turned his attention back to the class, meeting their confused and hostile gazes. I see a lot of angry faces, he said. People dissatisfied with me being here, even hate me, and yet none of you know anything about me. Even Selena, Arion, and Celestia leaned slightly forward, listening now. His gaze locked on the blue-haired girl Maria, the one who had started this. I'm not here to explain myself. Seems like he's trying to make us write down all the reasons we hate him, write a complaint letter, and then what? What's he going to do with that? Frame it? Maybe he's trying to reflect on it? You know, understand us or something. Please. That's not going to change a damn thing. Could be he just wants sympathy with this whole stunt. Typical pity play. The classroom murmurs built in hushed confusion as everyone tried to guess what Raziel was planning. But Raziel continued, voice unwavering. So after you've written down all your complaints, he said, pausing just long enough to let the silence grow tense, fold the paper neatly, real tight. He paused, and the classroom waited. Then, he said with a grin, he felt utterly weird, as if someone was tickling him all over his body, but thankfully his pain-tolerant skill was doing all the heavy lifting. Otherwise, he'd probably be crying right now, or at least have a completely different expression if he could feel pain. But still, his rest didn't last long, as a notification suddenly popped up, congratulating him for killing an enemy, with his killing intent at a mere 0.1 out of 100, and warning him that a second wave was coming. Before he could even react, his body began to glow with a soft golden light, and in the next instant, all his wounds had vanished. The blood was gone, the cuts had disappeared, and to top it all off, new clothes had even materialized on him, leaving him stunned and bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He looked completely fresh, as if he hadn't been refreshed, with full health, full stamina, and a full reset, which prompted him to mutter a remark, his eyebrows lifting slightly in surprise, noting how convenient this sudden replenishment was. But his relief was short-lived as the next scene unfolded, bringing with it a new wave of tension. As in the exact same spot where the first monster had appeared, 10 more of the same creatures began to manifest one by one, standing silently for a moment, their massive green eyes fixed intently on him, their claws twitching and heads tilting in unison, while the corpse of the first monster evaporated into thin air, and a voice interrupted the ominous silence, announcing that the attack would commence in 4 seconds, prompting Raziel to open his mouth, presumably to say something. As the situation continued to escalate, with the monsters now arrayed against him, their gaze fixed on him like predators sensing their prey. In a rather dramatic turn of events, a figure decided to open something, only to promptly close it again, seemingly having nothing of importance to say, and instead chose to raise a dagger in silence, as if to make a bold, yet wordless statement, and then a count began, with the numbers 3, 2, and 1 being uttered, followed by the swift and repeated sound of swishing, which occurred 3 times, after which 10 green blasts suddenly launched forward, and all of this transpired 10 minutes behind schedule, ultimately resulting in a declaration of the host's demise, but also came with a congratulatory message, as a particular skill known as Mino Healing, which was classified as level F, had fulfilled the necessary requirements to undergo an upgrade, marking a significant milestone in an otherwise somber and abrupt conclusion. Raziel gasped sharply as he revived on the exact spot where he had died, his lungs filling with air like he'd just surfaced from deep underwater, and his body once again looked completely untouched, freshly restored. Then he blinked, looked down at himself, then at his surroundings, and he mumbled to himself, I fought 10 of those fast-ass bugs for 10 whole minutes. That kind of counts as a win, right? He sounded like a man trying to convince himself more than making a confident statement. And then a voice replied, all thanks to that obsidian skeleton, host, you died purely due to blood loss. To which Raziel responded, you say that like I got that skeleton in a wedding dowry or something. I earned it after all. His tone implying that he had worked hard to obtain the skeleton, and the voice's statement came across as somewhat dismissive of his efforts. But Raziel's words were laced with a sense of pride and accomplishment, as if he was trying to prove to himself that his actions had been worthwhile, and the fact that he had been revived and restored to his previous state was a testament to the power of the obsidian skeleton, which had apparently played a significant role in his revival, and Raziel's comments suggested that he was still trying to process the events that had transpired, and come to terms with the fact that he had died, but had been given a second chance, courtesy of the skeleton's power. Raziel's words trailed off mid-sentence, his face darkening slightly as he muttered, forget it, I don't want to remember that moment. The system remained silent for a brief moment, before inquiring, should I summon Wave 2 again, host? To which Raziel sighed and shook his head, responding, no, that won't be helpful. I'm lacking agility. I can't read those movements. I need something else, something like perception, a skill that enhances my vision or something. His thoughts were consumed by the need for a new ability, one that would allow him to better navigate the challenges he faced, and as he stood there, lost in thought, the system waited patiently for his next instruction, unsure of what to do next, but ready to assist its host in any way possible, as Raziel's mind wandered. Searching for the perfect solution to his predicament, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, that there was a key to unlocking his true potential, and he was determined to find it, no matter what it took. He was desperately seeking something that would allow him to see those attacks and process their speed, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he considered this, his tone now dead serious despite his earlier sarcasm, admitting that he couldn't continue fighting in the dark like that, as it would be a waste of time, especially when faced with 10 enemies moving faster than he could follow. And no matter how much he trained, if he couldn't see the threat, he would always be late. Recalling the blurry flashes, the sharp claws slicing air beside him, and the constant panic of not knowing where the next strike would come from. So his priority was now perception, observation, something that would let him understand and react in real time. And he turned to the air, speaking directly to the system again, saying, system, let's not waste time. Send me to the best SSS ranked perception type villain available. To which the system responded with a simple understood. And then he found himself in a new situation as a thief. Raziel opened his eyes again, honestly starting to get used to this strange sensation of his consciousness being constantly spun around, tossed from one place to another like laundry in a dye. As our hero arrived in the SSS rank Valley of Villi, a system message flashed before his eyes, proclaiming his villain title to be the greatest thief, which sparked a mixture of intrigue and skepticism, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered the significance of this title. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he murmured to himself, this one actually sounds better than the last two weirdos I met, and the title itself was quite captivating, he thought. Being a thief isn't exactly what I imagined for someone considered the strongest in perception, he mused aloud. But then again, who is he to judge? After all, Prior to his arrival, he had made a brief stop in the Zenocide space, where he paid a visit to a laid-back individual, inquiring if he possessed any perception-related skills or movement-enhancing techniques. A fleeting encounter that only added to the mystique of his current situation, as he delved deeper into the enigmatic world of the SSS rank Valley of Villi, with his title of Greatest Thief hanging over him like a badge of honor, or perhaps a warning sign. Only time would tell. Why go to him, you might ask? Well, it's because Zenocide at least seemed like a decent guy. Calm, honest, maybe even helpful. The kind who wouldn't say no if you asked nicely. Unlike others who might waste his time, drag him into something else, or worse, try to use him for some twisted experiments. But when he was asked about his abilities, Zenocide had just shrugged it off, saying he didn't learn any of those things. He was just always able to do them after he started killing people. It came naturally, that was all. And Raziel didn't argue, seemingly accepting this explanation, as Zenocide's demeanor had initially suggested he was someone trustworthy and not prone to manipulating others for personal gain. And his straightforward response only reinforced this impression, making it easier for Raziel to take him at his word and not press the issue further. He just nodded and left. Now he was here, looking around, with his hands sliding into his pockets as he walked forward casually, almost as if he owned the place. His eyes flicked from side to side, scanning every corner, taking in the strange environment, which was surrounded by ruins, with dark gray stones and broken red bricks lay scattered across the ground, forming what was left of collapsed walls and forgotten architecture. The wind carried dust and ash through the empty alleyways. It was clear that this place had once been grand, but whatever glory it held was long gone. Still, his eyes kept moving. He was looking for something useful. Everything around him looked like shattered history. But he seemed undeterred. His casual demeanor a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. As he continued to scan his surroundings, his eyes searching for anything that might be of value. The air was thick with the weight of history, but he pressed on, his gaze never wavering, his hands still tucked away in his pockets, a picture of nonchalance, despite the eerie atmosphere that surrounded him. Clues and details were what he was after. Anything that could give him an idea of what made this place worthy of an SSS rank villain. But then, without any warning, a thin arm slid around his shoulders, and a cheerful female voice whispered directly into his ear. "Ho ho, kid, you came here and didn't even bother greeting me," which made Raziel freeze mid-step, tilting his head slightly as he tried to glance sideways, but the arm had already slipped away and vanished like mist. She was gone, just like that, leaving Raziel to say hello there in a flat tone, turning his head around to look for her, his hand moving up to scratch his head. Confused but unfazed, because, honestly, she felt completely different from the other villains he'd encountered before, and this unusual encounter had piqued his interest. As he stood there, trying to process what had just happened, and how this mysterious figure seemed to appear and disappear at will, which only added to the enigma of this SSS rank villain and the secrets that this place held. And Raziel's curiosity was now fully aroused as he wondered what other surprises this place had in store for him, and what lay behind the mysterious and playful demeanor of this elusive villain. With just that one playful motion, she came off more like a bat, a cheeky, mischievous bat. Not the overwhelmingly oppressive presence he'd expected from someone in the SSS rank category, and, strangely enough, she was almost his height. Almost. As a sweet, teasing voice rang out again, saying, "I'm here, kiddo," causing Raziel to tune his head toward the sound, where he saw a petite woman standing a few feet ahead, with her arms lazily draped behind her back. Her hair was short and light green, almost glowing in the dim gray of the ruins. She wore sleek, skin-tight tights that hugged her frame like a second skin. The way she held herself, the posture, the playful smile, it all reminded Raziel of that eccentric university professor who was into females, which made him respond with a slightly awkward hello, as Raziel greeted, feeling a bit uncomfortable, a feeling that this part always made him experience, as he tried to compose himself in the presence of this surprisingly lively and energetic individual. As he approached a total stranger, he was aware that he was there to ask for something without having anything to offer in return, and so he had to play it friendly, trying not to offend her and somehow convince her to help him. But honestly, he had no idea if he would ever get used to doing this kind of thing. And the woman, with a casual smile, said, "You're much weaker than I expected," tilting her head, her body leaning forward slightly, with her hands tucked behind her back, as if sizing him up like a toy she just found lying on the ground. And he looked at her, his expression flat but his eyes sharp, and from her posture, playful, smug, a little too self-satisfied, and from what he knew of her profession, the title alone being the greatest thief, he already had a solid guess as to what just happened, and she seemed to be enjoying the situation with a tone that was both teasing and intriguing, and he had to navigate this conversation carefully to achieve his goal, and he was well aware that he was at a disadvantage, as she seemed to be in control of this situation with her confident demeanor and her words, which were laced with a hint of amusement and a sense of superiority, and he had to think quickly to come up with a response that would not offend her, but would also persuade her to help him, which was a challenging task given her reputation and her apparent lack of interest in his proposal. And so he stood there, trying to read her and figure out his next move. As the conversation was just beginning, and the outcome was far from certain, and all he could do was wait and see how she would react to his request, and whether she would decide to help him or dismiss him altogether. And so he waited, with bated breath, for her response, which would determine the course of their interaction and the fate of his request. And he knew that he had to be careful and strategic in his approach if he wanted to succeed and achieve his goal. And so he stood there, poised and ready to respond to her and see where the conversation would lead. Raziel confronted the individual, directly pointing at them and accusing them of taking something, to which the person responded with a wide, unapologetic grin, seemingly enjoying the situation. And Raziel then inquired if they were aware of their past or something, at which point the individual twirled a lock of their short, mint green hair, clearly amused, and asked Raziel to guess what they knew, also questioning what Raziel could do about the situation, their eyebrow arching mockingly, adopting a stance that seemed to dare Raziel to take action. But Raziel simply raised their hands in a shrugging motion, deciding not to escalate the matter into a public humiliation game, recognizing that individuals like this, who were playful, battering, and adept at manipulating others, were dangerous in their own right, so it was better to keep things calm. And the person found this response boring, shaking their head like a disappointed teacher before proposing a challenge, offering to teach Raziel any skill they desired if they could guess what had been taken from them within the next 4 seconds. A small, mischievous grin crept onto his face, one that said, "You'll never get it in a million years." And before he could even react to the offer, she began counting, her voice echoing in his mind as he frantically thought about his options. His brain kicked into overdrive. He didn't even have time to ask the system. It would have taken too long. So he relied on logic and focus, trying to think of what he actually had on him, realizing he didn't bring any elemental cores or flowers. They were all in the spatial bag. outside this space, and he didn't carry anything extra anyway, just one dagger tucked into his coat. That was it. And as he thought, she continued counting. 3. His mind racing with the desperation of the situation. And then came the sound of 2. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, but he knew he had to think fast. The counting was going to end soon, and he still had no idea what to do. His mind was a blank, and all he could think about was the fact that he was running out of time. The grin on her face seemed to be getting wider, and he could sense her excitement. His own heart was pounding in his chest as the countdown continued. And he was still trying to come up with a plan, but his mind was a complete blank, and all he could do was wait for the inevitable. The sound of her voice counting down was all that filled his mind as he stood there, frozen in time, waiting for the outcome. The counting was getting closer to the end, and he was still without a plan. His brain was not working, and all he could think about was the dagger in his coat, and how it was probably not going to be enough to get him out of this situation. And then the counting finally stopped, but the outcome was still unknown, and all he could do was wait and see what would happen next. His heart was still pounding, and his mind was still racing, but he was ready, or so he thought, for whatever was going to happen. But deep down, he knew he was not prepared for the unexpected, and that was what made this situation so terrifying. He suddenly blurted out that it was his dagger, accusations flying as he claimed she had taken the dagger he kept in his inside pocket, to which she responded with a sweet and innocent tone, saying he didn't answer. And then she dramatically swung her arms out, hands raised as if presenting the world's greatest treasure, and Raziel blinked in surprise, seeing something black dangling between her fingers. Something that looked horrifyingly familiar, and he couldn't help but stutter as he asked if that was what he was looking for, his voice cracking as he took in the sight. And she twirled the black fabric like a victory flag, holding it up for all to see, asking if that was what he was looking for. And then he realized with a start that it was his underwear. His jaw dropping in shock as he struggled to process what was happening, his voice trailing off into a stunned silence as he stared at the offending article of clothing dangling from her fingers. The absurdity of the situation washing over him like a wave, and he couldn't believe she had actually taken his underwear. The embarrassment and shock written all over his face as he stood there, frozen in stunned dismay. He let out a deep sigh, mentally categorizing this entire experience as a traumatic event that would require therapy to process, but nevertheless, he was willing to endure it if it meant gaining perception-type skills from the most skilled thief in the system. So he decided to take the unpleasant experience in stride, figuratively holding out both hands to accept it and choosing to remain silent. Then he muttered a request, asking if she could at least return something, to which she responded by looking at him with a lingering smile, inquiring if he was feeling embarrassed. Her expression a picture of amusement, as he stood there, struggling to come to terms with the situation, which marked the beginning of a new chapter, one that would introduce new skills, as indicated by the title of the chapter, New Skills, which hinted at the acquisition of new abilities. And the protagonist's awkwardness was palpable as he stuttered out a hesitant response, setting the stage for the events that would unfold in Chapter 61. He let out a deep sigh, mentally categorizing this entire experience as a traumatic event that would require therapy to process, but nevertheless, he was willing to endure it if it meant gaining perception-type skills from the most skilled thief in the system. So he decided to take the unpleasant experience in stride, figuratively holding out both hands to accept it and choosing to remain silent. Then he muttered a request, asking if she could at least return something, to which she responded by looking at him with a lingering smile, inquiring if he was feeling embarrassed. Her expression a picture of amusement as he stood there, struggling to come to terms with the situation, which marked the beginning of a new chapter, one that would introduce new skills, as indicated by the title of the chapter, New Skills, which hinted at the acquisition of new abilities, and the protagonist's awkwardness was palpable as he stuttered out a hesitant response, setting the stage for the events that would unfold in Chapter 61. He was embarrassing, yes, and he muttered, trying to keep a straight face. After all, who wouldn't be flustered after having their underwear robbed by some woman? He looked at her with a flat expression, saying, "All right, give it back." Raziel extended his hand. Not that the underwear was particularly important. He had a literal system that provided an endless supply of clothes, although, unfortunately, all of them were villain-themed outfits. Dark, edgy, black, nothing normal or neutral. So, if he had plenty of replacements, why was he still bothered? Simple. Who in their right mind could stay calm knowing someone stole their underwear, who knew what they might do with it? That alone made Raziel very uncomfortable. She gazed at him with amusement, clearly entertained. And then, as if savoring every second of this absurd interaction, she grasped a black underwear in her right hand, and with a flick of her left, conjured up a delicate, lacy pink pair of panties in her other palm, which most definitely did not belong to him, and said, with a teasing glint in her eyes, "Look, you seem like an honest guy, so here's a choice." As she lifted the black pair, adding, with a smirk, "This one is one of the highest ranked trophies in my collection. I personally stole it from the most beautiful archangel in heaven." Her grin was playful, almost devilish. And then she continued, "Now," and the way she said it was like a challenge, a test of his character, as she held the two pairs of underwear, one black and one pink, in her hands, waiting for his response. The air was filled with anticipation, and the outcome of this bizarre situation was far from certain, as she seemed to be enjoying the power dynamic, and he was left to decide. His eyes fixed on the two undergarments, symbolizing two different paths, one of honesty and one of mischief. And the way she smiled implied that she knew exactly what she was doing, and was pleased with the absurdity of it all. The room was filled with an air of playful tension as he pondered his next move, and she waited, her eyes sparkling with amusement, for him to make his choice. Raziel's lips twitched in apparent amusement as he was presented with a rather peculiar situation wherein he was told which item belonged to him and then prompted to make a choice between the two, a circumstance that seemed to defy all logic and reason. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the pink pair, and his eyes landed on the pink panties, which, to his utter dismay, appeared to be used, sparking a multitude of questions in his mind, including the nature of the individual's behavior and the motivations behind such a bizarre display, particularly in light of the vast collection that lay before him, which seemed to suggest that this was, in fact, a habitual practice, prompting him to wonder what kind of person would engage in such activities, and whether this was some sort of twisted game, reminiscent of the ancient tale of the goddess in the pond, where an individual would be presented with a choice, a test of their honesty, and if so, what the true purpose of this exercise could possibly be. But whatever the case may be, Raziel was not interested in playing along, as he simply did not have the time for such frivolities, and thus he stood there, perplexed and somewhat annoyed by the absurdity of it all. He stuffed his underwear into his pocket, but remained silent, thinking to himself that this was how she wanted to play it, and so he decided to go along with it, realizing that she was being extremely silly, almost exaggeratedly so, and her behavior was similar to that of a baddie unpredictable gremlin, a type of character he had encountered before in the countless Korean novels he had read in his past life. And now that he was thinking about it, he could see the similarities, and he had dealt with types like her before, so he knew how to handle the situation. And with that thought, he continued to observe her actions, noting that she was being overly dramatic, and he was familiar with this kind of behavior, having seen it in the characters of the novels he had read, and he was determined to see how she would react next, and how he would respond to her antics, all while keeping his own thoughts and feelings to himself, and maintaining a calm and collected demeanor. Despite the absurdity of the situation, he stuffed his underwear into his pocket, but remained silent, thinking to himself that this was how she wanted to play it, and so he decided to go along with it, realizing that she was being extremely silly, almost exaggeratedly so, and her behavior was similar to that of a batty, unpredictable gremlin, a type of character he had encountered before in the countless Korean novels he had read in his past life. And now that he was thinking about it, he could see the similarities, and he had dealt with types like her before, so he knew how to handle the situation. And with that thought, he continued to observe her actions, noting that she was being overly dramatic, and he was familiar with this kind of behavior, having seen it in the characters of the novels he had read, and he was determined to see how she would react next, and how he would respond to her antics, all while keeping his own thoughts and feelings to himself, and maintaining a calm and collected demeanor. Despite the absurdity of the situation, he knew exactly how to navigate this delicate situation, so it was time for him to start acting, and with that thought, he suddenly cleared his throat and stepped forward, donning his most polite and gentlemanly expression, exclaiming, "Oh no, no, how could that be?" as Raziel, all the while his mind racing with the implications of his actions, thinking to himself that he would never show up empty-handed, despite not actually having a gift, but he hoped that by faking enough sincerity, he might just survive this encounter, because he desperately needed her help, as the skills she could teach him were of the utmost importance, and he couldn't afford to start all over again with a new adversary. So he thought to himself, let this work, please, as his heart pounded in his chest. And now the next challenge was looming ahead, requiring him to continue with his act and see it through to its conclusion. He stuffed his underwear into his pocket, but remained silent, thinking to himself that this was how she wanted to play it, and so he decided to go along with it, realizing that she was being extremely silly, almost exaggeratedly so, and her behavior was similar to that of a batty, unpredictable gremlin, a type of character he had encountered before in the countless Korean novels he had read in his past life. And now that he was thinking about it, he could see the similarities, and he had dealt with types like her before, so he knew how to handle the situation. And with that thought, he continued to observe her actions, noting that she was being overly dramatic, and he was familiar with this kind of behavior, having seen it in the characters of the novels he had read, and he was determined to see how she would react next, and how he would respond to her antics, all while keeping his own thoughts and feelings to himself, and maintaining a calm and collected demeanor. Despite the absurdity of the situation, he had just lost time, and that was something he could live with, so he reached up, flicking his hair dramatically with one hand, which thankfully kept him looking dashing even when he felt like dying inside. And as he finally stood right before her, he reached out and gently lifted her chin with one finger, tilting her face to meet his gaze. But she still didn't resist, and with the present in mind, a soft voice dipped in sultry confidence, said it wasn't about the present, but rather something far more valuable. As he leaned in, his lips just inches from hers, proposing an offer that involved a much more intimate and personal possession, his body, in exchange for the prize of learning her skill, a proposition that hung in the air filled with anticipation and uncertainty, as the moment between them seemed to stretch on forever, with the only sound being the soft whisper of his breath against her skin, and the only movement being the slight tilt of her head, as if waiting for something more to happen, or for him to make his next move, all while maintaining an air of confidence and charisma that seemed to surround him like an aura, making the atmosphere around them feel electric and tense, as if the outcome of this moment would change everything. And yet, she still didn't resist or say a word, leaving everything to his imagination and the possibilities that this one moment could lead to, as he waited with bated breath for her response or her next move, or maybe just a spark of recognition that would set off a chain reaction of events that would change the course of their lives forever, all because of this one moment where time seemed to stand still. And the only thing that mattered was the space between them and the unspoken words that hung in the air like a challenge or a promise waiting to be fulfilled. The scene unfolded with a rather dramatic and cringe-worthy moment, prompting an outcry of disgust from the system, which vehemently expressed its distaste, questioning the origin of such a brazen move, even comparing it to something out of a trashy web novel, exclaiming in pure disgust as Raziel chose to ignore the system's outburst, opting instead to focus on his bold approach, reasoning that this might be his best chance to leave an impression on the woman standing before him, an SSS ranked villainess who was likely older than entire civilizations, thinking that perhaps something as audacious as this could actually amuse her. And maybe, just maybe, it would work. As for the embarrassment, Raziel was beyond that. His skin having thickened to steel over the past few days, with no audience to witness his potential fall, just the chaotic woman before him, his hand remained under her chin, and she continued to stare up at him. The silence stretched out, with Raziel's bold move hanging in the balance, awaiting her response, as the woman, an SSS-ranked villainess, stood there. Her eyes fixed on him, the tension palpable, the outcome uncertain, and stretched until finally, PFFFT. A burst of laughter erupted from her as she sprayed air towards his face, barely holding herself back, doubling over, slapping her thigh, and wheezing, then clutching her stomach like it hurt, gasping between laughs. "Oh my!" she howled. "Ha ha ha ha! Pa ha! Pay with your body! What are you? Some desperate drama queen from a third-rate novel?" Oh my god. In that moment, his soul left his body. He stood there, frozen like a statue, fingers still awkwardly in the air where his chin had once been. His brain stopped functioning. His breath caught in his chest. The system muttered flatly, "Now you realize how cringeworthy that was." Huh. As Lily found herself on the ground, literally rolling around in the dirt, tears forming in her eyes as she kicked her feet, exclaiming, "Oh no, no, no! Ha ha ha, you're too much! That was the best thing I've heard in centuries! Who does that? You thought I'd go all blushy like some schoolgirl. Oh my god!" Meanwhile, Raziel was still frozen, still dead inside. But Lily looked up at him while wiping her tears, grinning like a lunatic. Her laughter still echoing softly through the ruins, the kind that hit deep and refused to stop. And she said, "You're either stupid or absolutely insane. Either way, I love it." Which left Raziel blinking, unsure how to react, as the situation unfolded in a most unexpected and hilarious manner, with Lily's unbridled laughter and Raziel's stunned expression creating a truly unforgettable scene, one that would likely linger in their memories for a long time to come, a testament to the unpredictability and absurdity of their encounter, which had taken a turn for the utterly bizarre and side-splitting, with no clear indication of what would happen next. But one thing was certain: the atmosphere had been irreversibly altered, and nothing would ever be the same again. He repeated slowly, raising an eyebrow, as he uttered the words, "Love it," his tone implying a sense of skepticism, and the other person responded with, "Ahem," as in, "You'll teach me," their grin widening, becoming even more wicked, to which they replied, "Maybe, but only if you do one more thing," and Raziel tilted his head, inquiring, "And what's that?" His earlier embarrassment seemingly gone, burned to ash like a useless old scroll, no longer a concern. For if shame could be set on fire, his was already incinerated and blown away with the wind, and the little sacrifice that was being asked of him was just that. A small price to pay. As he stood there, his emotions now a mere afterthought, his focus solely on the task at hand, the proposition that had been put forth, and the wicked grin that seemed to grow even wider as the conversation continued, with an air of anticipation and a hint of mischief, the outcome of which was still uncertain. But one thing was clear: the stakes had been raised, and the game was most definitely on. Lily leaned in close, her breath teasing his cheek, her voice dropping to a syrupy, sensual whisper that felt far more dangerous than anything she had done so far, as she uttered the words, "Call me, Mommy," a phrase that sent Raziel's soul nearly leaving his body, prompting him to gasp. What? As he stumbled back a full step, as if he'd been struck by a divine-grade lightning bolt, the air around him crackling with the silent scream of his pride being shattered, a moment that eerily echoed the dramatic scenes of a Korean drama, leaving him reeling in shock and disbelief. His composure shattered by the unexpected and provocative request, his mind struggling to process the implications of her words, as he stood there, frozen in a mixture of astonishment and horror. The sound of his own ragged breathing, the only thing that broke the stunned silence, a sigh eventually escaping his lips as he tried to come to terms with the sheer audacity of her suggestion, his eyes wide with a mix of shock, embarrassment, and a hint of fascination, as the scene unfolded like a dramatic plot twist, leaving the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. With Raziel's response, or rather, his reaction, being the only thing that could potentially diffuse the tension, or perhaps escalate it even further, as the silence stretched on, thick with anticipation and unspoken words, the weight of her request hanging in the air like a challenge, or a promise, waiting to be accepted or rejected, the consequences of which only time would tell. "It's all right," the voice said with a tone that was a perfect mix of sarcasm and teasing, sounding like it was holding back laughter as it echoed in his head, saying he won't be able to do it and that he shouldn't worry because he won't forget this moment, promising to remember and suggesting they just leave the place, clearly indicating that the sacrifice was too much. And then the system's voice continued, saying he's the kind of guy who'd rather die than apologize, and that this was leagues beyond that, which left Raziel standing frozen, his mind reeling, as he gulped and stared at Lily, trying to ease the words from his brain, but they were etched there, permanent and taunting. And then Lily chimed in, singing "Be Quick Now," spinning slightly on one heel, warning that he's only got 8 seconds left. The situation unfolding with an air of urgency and anticipation as the clock seemed to be ticking away and the tension was palpable, with Raziel's predicament hanging in the balance and Lily's words only adding to the pressure. As the moment hung suspended, waiting to see what would happen next, with the consequences of his actions or inaction looming large, and the outcome far from certain, as the scene played out with a sense of dramatic flair, and a hint of the unknown, leaving everything to be determined in the fleeting moments that followed. She said it with a whistle, inspecting her nails while looking utterly unconcerned, though her eyes gleamed with devilish mischief, as she told him to say it, and she would give him the skill he came for. Meanwhile, Raziel remained like a statue. Not a muscle moved, not a thought formed that wasn't screaming, and the system whispered again, its smug tone lighting every fuse in Raziel's skull, saying, "Let's go. Host, enough embarrassment for today." Yes. Then Lily added, "How about 2 of my skills?" Glancing back, with 4 seconds left, his hands clenched in frustration, thinking this is so dumb, it's just one word. As the tension built up, and the system's tone only added to Raziel's frustration, while Lily seemed to be enjoying the moment, her eyes gleaming with mischief, as she waited for him to give in. And the clock was ticking. With only a few seconds left, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and Raziel's emotions were running high as he struggled to make a decision, with Lily's words echoing in his mind and the system's whispering not helping to calm him down. It was a moment of truth, and Raziel's next move would determine the outcome. As he stood there, frozen in time, his mind racing with thoughts, and his heart pounding with excitement, and Lily's voice still lingered in the air, saying, "How about 2 of my skills?" A proposal that seemed to be pushing Raziel to his limits, and the system's voice was still whispering in his ear, letting the host know that time was running out, and a decision had to be made. As the clock ticked away, and the silence was deafening, with only Raziel's thoughts breaking the silence, as he thought to himself, "This is so dumb, it's just one word." But the stakes were high, and the consequences of his decision would be significant, and Lily's eyes were still gleaming with mischief as she waited for Raziel's response, and the system's tone was still smug, and the tension was still building up. As the moment of truth approached, and Raziel's next move would change everything, and the outcome was far from certain, as Raziel stood there, frozen in time, with his mind racing, and his heart pounding, and the clock ticking away, with only seconds left, to make a decision that would determine the course of events. And Lily's proposal still lingered in the air. How about 2 of my skills? A question that seemed to be haunting Raziel as he struggled to make a decision, with the system's voice still whispering in his ear, and the clock still ticking away, and the tension still building up as the moment of truth approached, and Raziel's next move would determine the outcome, and the stakes were high, and the consequences of his decision would be significant, and Lily's eyes were still gleaming with mischief as she waited for Raziel's response, and the system's tone was still smug, and the silence was still deafening, with only Raziel's thoughts breaking the silence, as he thought to himself, "This is so dumb. It's just one word." But the outcome was far from certain, and the tension was still building up. As the clock ticked away, and the moment of truth approached, and Raziel's next move would change everything. He was willing to settle for just one thing, possessing 2 skills which would bring everything to a close, allowing him to pretend the entire ordeal had never occurred, a far more appealing prospect than engaging in another brutal battle against 10 insect monsters that would likely leave his bones shattered once more. A grim reality that made his decision seem rational, and as he stood there, his lips began to tremble. Overwhelmed by the weight of every passing moment, the pressure of his circumstances finally catching up with him, and in a faint whisper, he muttered a single word, a term of endearment, "Mommy," a desperate cry that echoed the depth of his emotional turmoil, as the gravity of his situation threatened to consume him whole. With Raziel's lips trembling, he could feel the weight of every moment bearing down on him, and all he could do was whisper that one word, a poignant expression of his desperation and longing. It was barely audible, more breath than sound. But it escaped his mouth, prompting Lily's grin to widen into a full, wicked smile as she whispered, "Good boy," while tiptoeing close to ruffle his hair, her fingers brushing lightly over his head in a playful and triumphant manner. However, Raziel didn't move, his soul having left his body 10 seconds prior, his mind a blank landscape echoing with the phrase "good boy," and 2 minutes later, outside the system space, he received notifications that he had obtained skills. Specifically Shadow Step at A rank and Keen Hearing at S rank. Yet Raziel didn't react, sitting on a tree bench, staring blankly into the distance, his face devoid of emotion, still reeling from the earlier incident, his expression unchanging despite the significant updates to his abilities. His mind still stuck on the whispered phrase that had left such a profound impact on him as he remained frozen, lost in thought, with his newfound skills going unnoticed in his current state of emotional numbness. His eyes looked hollow, haunted even, not by death, not by pain, but by those cursed 2 words echoing again and again in his skull. "Good boy," as the system's voice sang with joy, saying, "See, who says you can't buy someone's dignity? I've seen people sold for less than a decent skill, ah ha ha ha," and then asked, "What do you think?" "Host, can I become a writer now? I feel inspired." Raziel didn't move, not even a blink, prompting the system to ask, "You alive, host, hello Earth," to Raziel. Or should I say, "Good boy." His eye twitched, indicating he wasn't going to let this moment live, ever, as the system's teasing words continued to haunt him, echoing in his mind like a relentless curse. He would buy it, kill it, pretend it was a dream, a hallucination bought on by lingering trauma, anything. But if she ever dared to repeat that phrase again, "good boy," Raziel stood up with a slow, heavy exhale. The skills he just acquired were powerful, insanely so, worth every piece of the humiliation, even if he'd rather die than admit it out loud. "All right," he muttered, clenching his fists. Time to put these skills to use, and next time, his determination was palpable, his resolve strengthened by the weight of his emotions as he geared up to face whatever challenges lay ahead, his mind racing with the possibilities. The skills he had gained were not just a means to an end, but a testament to his unyielding spirit, and he was ready to unleash them, to put them to the test, to see just how far they would take him, and what he would achieve. With a fierce glint in his eye, he steeled himself for the journey ahead, his heart pounding with anticipation, his soul burning with a fierce inner fire as he prepared to take on the world, one step at a time. Raziel stood silently, still recovering from the embarrassment that had just occurred moments ago. But he quickly shoved it all into the darkest corner of his memory, refusing to let something like that define him. Not now, not ever. And so he asked, his voice low and firm, trying his best to sound unaffected. "All right, stop this bullshit and tell me what these skills do?" And in response, he was informed about the skills. Starting with Shadow Step, which is an A rank skill, categorized as active, passive, and non-upgradable, with the effect of allowing him to move silently, including his footsteps, rustling of clothes, and breathing, when walking on or beneath any shadows, with the added note that it only consumes mana when active. And then there's Keen Hearing, which is an S rank skill, categorized as passive, significantly enhancing his hearing to detect even the faintest of sounds, and also granting him the ability to instantly pinpoint the direction and distance of detected sounds, depending on his skill proficiency. And Raziel was determined to make the most of these skills. Pushing aside his earlier embarrassment and focusing on the task at hand, with a firm and resolute tone, as he tried to process and understand the full extent of his newfound abilities. Raziel raised an eyebrow and rubbed his chin, pondering the particulars of his recently acquired skill, Shadow Step, and couldn't help but express his skepticism, remarking that it seemed a bit too much for an A rank, as all it did was remove sound when he was in shadows, which to him seemed rather underwhelming, especially when compared to his obsidian skeleton, which was also S rank and practically unbreakable, leading him to feel that Shadow Step was overly ranked and even a little disrespectful, but the system was quick to correct him, explaining that Shadow Step was not overranked and actually deserved at least an A rank due to its immense utility in stealth situations, making no noise, including movement, clothing, rustle, and breathing, when within shadows, rendering it an extremely potent tool for infiltration, assassination, ambushes, or even escaping, practically broken for such purposes. Unless the enemy possessed special sensory abilities like mana detection or mental perception, in which case they might still detect him, and the system continued to elaborate that Shadow Step's classification as non-upgradable meant that its effect would not change or enhance with usage or proficiency, so what he saw was indeed what he got, with no potential for further development or improvement, a fact that the system presented without pause or hesitation, providing a clear and straightforward explanation for the skill's ranking and limitations. Raziel nodded slowly, seeming to grasp the concept, as he muttered to himself about active and passive abilities, and how he could turn it on and off at will, with the understanding that it would continue to function until he chose to disable it, and he also acknowledged that it would consume his mana, to which he received a confirmation accompanied by a remark about his substantial amount of mana, which he should use wisely, and as he scratched his chin, he was already envisioning numerous potential uses for the skill, recognizing that it wasn't just useful, but also potentially dangerous, as it would allow him to become virtually undetectable, like a walking ghost, without making a sound or leaving a trace, whether he was inside a structure, a dimly lit alley, or simply out at night, and he expressed his enthusiasm, saying it sounded like fun, before his attention shifted towards the second new skill he had acquired. Keen Hearing, a unique skill for hearing, sounds somewhat underwhelming, as if it's not particularly impressive, but what's being overlooked is the fact that it's a complete 360-degree perception system, far beyond the normal capabilities of human senses, where eyes, even at their best, only cover a 120 to 200 degree field of vision, whereas this skill allows one to hear everything from the front, back, sides, above, and below, all simultaneously, which is a remarkable aspect. And when this was explained, Raziel blinked, slightly taken aback, having initially thought that keen hearing was just about focusing and training one's ears normally, but it's clear that there's more to it, and the idea that people can't just focus and train their ears to achieve the same effect is an interesting one, as it implies that this skill is something special, and when considering how strong just hearing can really be, it becomes apparent that it's a lot more complex than initially meets the eye, or in this case, the ear, and the concept of being able to perceive one's surroundings in such a comprehensive manner is indeed a fascinating one, making one wonder just how powerful keen hearing can be and what kind of impact it could have on one's daily life. And the fact that it's not just about hearing, but about being aware of everything around you is a compelling idea that sparks curiosity, and the initial skepticism is slowly replaced by a sense of awe and interest as the true nature of keen hearing is revealed, and the possibilities it presents are slowly beginning to unfold, making it clear that this skill is indeed something to be taken seriously, and not just dismissed as something simple. And the more it's thought about, the more intriguing it becomes, and the potential benefits it could bring are slowly coming to light, making it a fascinating topic to explore further and learn more about. It's noted that unlike visual or mana-based senses, sound is far harder to deceive or ease, as mental and spiritual perception can be disrupted, and even mana senses can be fooled with illusions or suppression techniques, but sound is a different story. Unless an opponent uses extremely rare skills, everything will be heard, and with keen hearing, information is transferred to the brain instantly with no delay, improving reaction time passively as perception of incoming threats becomes near instantaneous. And at higher proficiency, this skill will allow the user to literally form visual images through sound alone, like an echolocation Ada, but clear, enabling them to fight with their eyes closed, and the system's tone grew even more informative, explaining that the display or format is different from older skills because this one is from an entirely different world system where each villain originates from a different dimension, and though skills can be translated into this interface, some system traits remain unchanged, and it's all being taken in with a sense of understanding and acceptance as it's all being processed and considered, with the system providing a wealth of information and the user is taking it all in with a sense of wonder and curiosity about the possibilities and capabilities of this new skill and the implications of this different world system and how it all works and how it will all come together, with the user ready to move forward and see what's next and how it will all play out, with a sense of anticipation and a willingness to learn and grow and explore and discover and master this new skill and all its possibilities. Raziel nodded again, this time more seriously, as he was informed that his skill growth had 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate, and he was currently at the basic level. But the good news was that this skill grew with use and talent, and his natural talent made his learning speed significantly faster. All right, Raziel nodded, finally satisfied, as everything was falling into place, and he could already think of dozens of ways to use these skills, even in combination, a soundless step and hearing everything within a wide radius, unlocking an assassin build. And he sighed. Maybe those humiliating moments were worth it after all, since both of these skills were high tier and had tons of uses, not just in combat, but also in survival and economy. And with that, Raziel said, all right, system, enough talk, time to test them out. Send me back to the training grounds. Let's see what can be done now. An affirmative response is given, initiating a transfer, and a preparation warning is issued, to which a confident affirmation is made, and then a go-ahead is given, after which the individual finds himself once again standing under the massive leaf canopy of the oversized biome, where soft green sunlight filters through the towering stalks, casting long shadows across the uneven ground. And suddenly 10 green figures materialize before him in a ripple of light, each one identical to the mantises he had previously fought and lost to. But this time everything is different, as the individual's ears twitch slightly with the activation of a special skill that alters his perception of the world, allowing him to hear everything around him, a heightened sense of awareness that is both intense and potentially overwhelming. And a muttered expression of determination is made to finally overcome the challenges that had previously been insurmountable, with a fierce competitive spirit and unyielding resolve to succeed where failure had once been the outcome. The stage is set for an epic confrontation, one that will push the individual's abilities to the limit and test his resolve in the face of adversity, as the familiar surroundings and formidable foes converge to create an unparalleled trial by combat, where the stakes are high and the outcome is far from certain, and the individual's skills and abilities will be pushed to the extreme, with his special skill allowing him to perceive the world in a unique way and his unwavering determination driving him forward. The battle is about to commence, with the individual ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, and his special skill amplifying his senses, allowing him to navigate the complex and treacherous environment with heightened awareness and precision. Not just loud, but shape, clear. The way wind whispered through the giant grass, the rustle of distant leaves, even the subtle drag of his own clothes as they shifted with his breathing. Every detail flooded into his awareness. Wildly enough, it didn't overwhelm him. It should have. Any normal person would have been paralyzed by the sudden flood of hypersensitive input, but he didn't feel overwhelmed. In fact, it felt natural. He closed his eyes, everything went black visually, but perception, it exploded. He could still sense everything as vividly as before. No vision needed. He could feel the shapes, the forms, the movement of air against surfaces. The sunlight filtering down through gaps in the canopy became threads of clarity in the dark. The way the wind curved around a tree or stuck to a surface. He could see it without seeing, as Raziel literally felt the layout of the entire battlefield with 10 mantises in front of him, their claws slightly raised and twitching, and he could hear the microscopic shifts in their foot placements, the air as it bent around their bodies, even the vibrations of their muscles tightening as they prepared to launch forward. It was like he could see without seeing. The world dawned in lines of pressure and sound, forming a perfect mental image, and he couldn't help but exclaim in awe, still with his eyes closed. "Damn, I never expected this skill to be this powerful," he murmured. And this is only the basic tier, to which he was informed that it is the basic level of an S-rank skill. Host and Raziel's astonishment was palpable as he struggled to comprehend the sheer power of his newfound ability. His senses heightened to the point where he could perceive his surroundings in a way that transcended traditional sight. The mantises, the air, the vibrations, all combining to create a mental picture that was almost overwhelming in its clarity. And he couldn't help but wonder what the more advanced tiers of this skill would be like. If the basic level was already this powerful, what would it be like when he finally mastered it? The possibilities were endless, and Raziel's mind was racing with the implications of his newfound power. Naturally, even at this proficiency, it creates a significant difference, but significant was an understatement, as the individual could now perceive movement from all directions, front, back, above, below, to his flanks with precise awareness, which was a massive difference, making him feel as though he had jumped several levels forward without even lifting a weapon. And it wasn't just perception. The skill had a filter, helping him by removing unnecessary noise, the wind's roar, the ambient background hum, so that only relevant information reached his brain, prioritizing the important with no delay. No confusion, only clarity. And he muttered, "Odd. It's like my brain's wired differently now," realizing it's not just sound, it's vision, as the skill's impact was multifaceted, revolutionizing his senses. The scene unfolded with a unique direction, where all information stemmed from vibrations, and it was stated that a certain skill had the ability to convert sound into spatial awareness, allowing the individual to instinctively know the exact shape and position of anything within range, which the host deemed worthy of a high ranking, and one of the characters muttered that it was definitely worth a high rank, possibly even higher. And then the action commenced with a series of swift sounds. Swish, 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 and in a flash, a character named Raziel dropped low to the ground without warning, narrowly dodging a deadly slash that was aimed straight for his head from the left, showcasing the skill's effectiveness in enhancing spatial awareness and allowing for incredible reflexes and dodging capability. Instinct took over as he twisted his body right, slid left, ducked upward, then leapt back, all guided solely by the hypersensitive soundscape flowing into his ears, each movement sharp, clean and reactive. His eyes remained closed, fully focused on his heightened sense of perception, relying entirely on the vibrations in the air to track the 10 menace attacking him. If anyone had been watching from afar, they would have been stunned, mesmerized, watching him weave through 10 different attacks like a dance in a storm of blades. The way he moved, almost as if he could predict each attack before it came, felt like sorcery. Every slash, every charge, every razor-sharp limb that struck at him, he evaded them all with uncanny precision, almost all, until a strike landed on his left arm, the blade grazing past before he could fully react. His body stumbled backward one step, and then it came. A barrage of 9 more strikes followed instantly. Surrounding him from all directions, he raised his dagger in a defensive arc, blocking some of the slashes mid-air. Others collided against his arms and sides. His skeleton absorbed the worst of the damage, but the blade still tore into his muscles and opened shallow veins. Still, he wasted no time, immediately stepping back out of range. Eyes still shut, breath steady, keeping his perception fully active. Raziel was feeling frustrated as he thought to himself that his agility and reaction speed were too low. Even when he could sense his opponent's movements like they were happening in slow motion, and he could literally sense their body positions and predict where the slashes would come from. But the problem was that when they all struck together, he didn't have enough space to dodge, which is why he got hit, and he realized that there simply wasn't enough room to maneuver against all 10 of them simultaneously. But despite this disadvantage, having this skill changed everything. And for a few seconds, Raziel genuinely felt like he was in a state of ultimate instinct, similar to that long-haired dude from that old anime. But then the system muttered flatly, "Not even a trillionth of a percent close. Host," which was a harsh reminder of his actual abilities. Raziel replied with a sense of confidence, saying yeah, and expressing his belief that the 10 bugs wouldn't be able to kill him this time. And then he asked about the agility stats of the bugs, which were literally 1 level above his, classified as E, prompting Raziel to grunt in response as he continued to dodge their attacks. But this time he didn't just avoid the incoming strike from the right, he baited it, tilting his dagger upward slightly, adjusting the angle, allowing one of the bugs to lunge forward at high speed, causing its razor-sharp arm to stick directly against the unarmored edge of its own limb, resulting in a flicking sound as the bug's blade-like arm sheared off completely, severed by its own force, releasing a green, viscous liquid into the air, and Raziel smiled in response to his successful maneuver. He muttered confidently, "Doesn't seem so hard anymore," as the injured Mentis shrieked with a high-pitched insectoid screech, retreating instinctively, while the remaining 9 hissed loudly, their slashes growing wild and fast, clearly furious. But Raziel just kept moving, dodging like it was second nature now. His steps flowed like a dance, perfectly in tune with the rhythm of combat. And after 6 minutes, Raziel stood tall, staring down at the twitching remains of the final Mentis. With a sharp slash, he severed its small head clean from its shoulders, prompting a message to appear: "Congratulations for killing 10 ranked F Mentis, host." And his killing intent was now at 1.1 out of 100, after which he wiped the green blood from his blade, and then he asked the system to show him his lesser healing progression, to which the system responded, E rank, lesser healing, 26 out of 1,000, and Raziel blinked, seemingly surprised that he had used it 26 times already. Why go to him, you might ask? Well, it's because Xenocide at least seemed like a decent guy. Calm, honest, maybe even helpful. The kind who wouldn't say no if you asked nicely. Unlike others who might waste his time, drag him into something else, or worse, try to use him for some twisted experiments. But when he was asked about his abilities, Xenocide had just shrugged it off, saying he didn't learn any of those things. He was just always able to do them after he started killing people. It came naturally, that was all. And Raziel didn't argue, seemingly accepting this explanation, as Xenocide's demeanor had initially suggested he was someone trustworthy and not prone to manipulating others for personal gain. And his straightforward response only reinforced this impression, making it easier for Raziel to take him at his word and not press the issue further. He managed to survive for a considerable amount of time thanks to his incredibly resilient obsidian skeleton. But now it seemed that his own abilities were the key to his survival, rather than relying solely on the skeleton. And this became particularly evident when he received a congratulatory message for clearing the second wave, immediately followed by an ominous warning that the third wave was imminent, prompting the host to prepare. And in an instantaneous response, a brilliant golden light enveloped Raziel's body, miraculously healing his wounds and replacing his damaged skin with fresh, unblemished tissue, while also replacing his blood-soaked garments with crisp, clean attire, leaving him momentarily disoriented as he struggled to adjust to his newfound state. And it was during this brief moment of stunned silence that the system's voice echoed once more, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a sight that made his face pale slightly, as 100 green lights suddenly materialized at the exact location where the first mentions had appeared, coalescing into a formidable army of 100 Mentuses, standing 10 by 10, forming a deadly battalion that stood before him, leaving him to utter a mere in response to the bewildering and daunting spectacle unfolding before his eyes. He muttered, sweat forming on his brow, as the scene unfolded with a flurry of activity, the system announcing Wave 3, 100X, F-rank Mentis initiated. And in the midst of this chaos, Raziel asked the system how much time he had before the Academy morning started again, his gaze still fixed on the army of Mentis before him, and the system responded that there were still 6 hours left before it began, reassuring him not to worry, as it would notify him when the time came, which prompted Raziel to nod in acknowledgement, and then he exhaled slowly, stretching his arms, as he contemplated his plans, thinking that by morning, he could definitely upgrade lesser healing, and maybe even killing intent for sure. He paused, his lips twitching into a smirk, as he thought to himself, it can't be that he can't even manage to kill 1,000 of these things with infinite revives, right? And maybe, just maybe, if his keen hearing progressed quickly, he could push it to intermediate. Although that one felt a little less likely. But who knows? His talent is, after all, said to be the greatest of all. And anything can happen, he muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing with renewed fire, as he thought that he had to get stronger. No, he must, because tomorrow was his first day at the Academy, and with that thought, his determination grew, fueled by the prospect of what was to come, and the need to prove himself, to become stronger, to succeed, and to make the most of this new journey that was about to begin. He managed to survive for a considerable amount of time thanks to his incredibly resilient obsidian skeleton, but now it seemed that his own abilities were the key to his survival, rather than relying solely on the skeleton. And this became particularly evident when he received a congratulatory message for clearing the second wave, immediately followed by an ominous warning that the third wave was imminent, prompting the host to prepare. And in an instantaneous response, a brilliant golden light enveloped Raziel's body, miraculously healing his wounds and replacing his damaged skin with fresh, unblemished tissue, while also replacing his blood-soaked garments with crisp, clean attire, leaving him momentarily disoriented as he struggled to adjust to his newfound state. And it was during this brief moment of stunned silence that the system's voice echoed once more, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a sight that made his face pale slightly, as 100 green lights suddenly materialized at the exact location where the first mentions had appeared, coalescing into a formidable army of 100 Mentises, standing 10 by 10, forming a deadly battalion that stood before him, leaving him to utter a mere in response to the bewildering and daunting spectacle unfolding before his eyes. "System," he said, stepping forward, ready to dive into the massacre. "Let's start this up." As he delved into Chapter 63, to the Academy, where morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, as Raziel stretched his arms and jumped down from the tall tree he had made his temporary bed for the night. A relaxed grin stretched across his face, his soaked hair clinging to his forehead, still dripping from a recent incident. He had just taken a quick swim in a nearby river, because, well, he was homeless. Not that he was complaining. The cold water had jolted his senses awake, and after everything he endured last night, it felt refreshing. And why was he jumping out of a tree? Because that's where he just finished his breakfast. Healthy living, healthy killing, he muttered with a smirk, munching on the last bite of an apple. His breakfast consisted of a bunch of crisp, half-ripe apples he'd collected. It wasn't much, but enough to fill his stomach and fuel his next step. But the real reason for his good mood was the events of the previous night, which had left him beaming with happiness, as a gigantic grin spread wide across his face, with joy gleaming in his eyes, as he had undergone a significant transformation, leaving the person he was yesterday already outdated, after he had managed to achieve an incredible feat, facing off against an army of 100 enemies and emerging victorious. Although it took him 35 deaths to finally succeed, but he had ultimately clutched a win in a 1 versus 100 battle, with the initial attempts being miserable, as he died within the first minute, but each time he died, he learned and improved, noticing that the enemies, despite their large numbers, weren't coordinated, with their teamwork being terrible, having too many bodies and overlapping movements, which led to gaps beginning to appear, and mistakes being made, allowing him to eventually capitalize on these weaknesses and secure a win, as he had stated, noticing these patterns and exploiting them to his advantage, which ultimately led to his triumph and his ecstatic mood, as he basked in the glory of his hard-won victory, with his happiness and grin still evident, as he reflected on the previous night's events. He exploited them, and at first, he could barely kill 1 or 2 before dying. Then 5, 10, and by the 20th attempt, he was carving through waves, his movement more calculated, his dodging more graceful. His perception skill was sharpening too, thanks to that relentless pressure. And finally, after what felt like endless blood and effort, on the 35th attempt, he killed all 100. He didn't just win, he grew. Thanks to that hellish fight, he earned a precious upgrade. His healing had stepped up, from lesser healing to basic healing, with a progress of 121 out of 10,000, though admittedly, it still wasn't fast enough to make a big difference. A simple 2-centimeter wound still took 10 full minutes to heal, too slow to rely on mid-battle. But healing was healing, and what excited him even more was the evolution of his most powerful skill, killing intent, which upgraded from F to E, a significant improvement that showed his hard work and dedication were paying off. And this progress was a testament to his unyielding spirit and determination to become stronger. As he continued to push himself to the limit, his skills and abilities continued to evolve, paving the way for even greater challenges and opportunities for growth. And with this newfound power, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead, armed with the knowledge that he had truly earned his place among the strong, and that his perseverance and resilience would ultimately lead him to victory. He had taken down a staggering number of enemies, over 1,000, throughout his attempts. But now that his skill had leveled up, The progress points he earned from each kill had drastically decreased, dropping to a mere tenth of what they once were. And the system informed him that in order to progress faster, he needed to target higher-ranked foes. But he wasn't complaining, as he had unlocked a new effect, Killing Body, which increased his physical stats with each kill. And when he first laid eyes on it, his eyes practically glowed with excitement. And upon checking his stats, he found that his strength and agility had both increased to E+, without him having to lift a finger. And this effect alone made his killing intent feel like a shortcut to achieving great power. And he confirmed with the system that the stat boost would continue as the skill progressed, and the thought of pushing it to SS rank and potentially making his physical stats SS rank as well made his heart pound with greedy excitement, and he yearned for more power, considering going back to his old ways. But time wasn't on his side, and he knew he had to keep moving forward, driven by his insatiable desire for more. It was morning now, and he had to get moving, for today marked the commencement of his so-called hellish academy life, necessitating thorough preparation, as he had lessons to impart and people to interact with, prompting him to sigh and discard the apple core, signaling a shift in focus away from pondering stats and instead adopting the demeanor of a normal student with a villainous persona. As he walked towards the academy, his gaze fell upon his attire, consisting of black polished shoes, a fresh black and white suit that exuded an air of opulence, potentially inducing a noble to reassess their own standing, his hair tied in a loose manner, and his eyes embodying a calm, serene quality reminiscent of a noble protagonist, overall presenting himself as a good-looking villain. And indeed, he was, exuding an aura that commanded attention, his very presence a testament to the dichotomy of his persona, blending the finesse of a noble with the mystique of a villain, as he embarked on this new chapter of his life, ready to face the challenges and complexities that lay ahead. His academy life was set to be an intriguing journey, filled with unexpected twists and turns, and he was determined to navigate it with poise and confidence. His villainous persona notwithstanding, he was also wearing a new black underwear, and as he walked, he paused, grimacing slightly as one image etched itself into his mind, that of a woman who he still couldn't fathom what she was doing with his old underwear. A thought he had tried to tie up and forget, but it always came crawling back to his brain, leaving him to wonder what on earth she could possibly be doing with his old underwear. A thought that made him shiver slightly as he pushed it away, deciding that some things were better left unknown, and so he shook the thought away, continuing on his walk, which, after several minutes, found him entering a bustling thoroughfare where stalls lined both sides of the street, colorful fabrics fluttering in the wind, vendors shouting to attract customers, and the air heavy with the aroma of roasted meat and spiced fruits, as carriages of all kinds rolled along the main street. But they weren't the regular wooden ones pulled by normal horses. Rather, these were majestic beasts, larger than any average horse, their powerful bodies steaming with mana, as flames danced along the back of their necks where hairs should be, creating an awe-inspiring scene. And most carriages were crafted from extravagant materials, glistening with gold, platinum, encrusted gems, and stones he couldn't even name. In the heart of the capital, a stark contrast of wealth and status was on full display, where only the elite could afford the permits required to ride such luxurious transportation, a clear marker of their affluent standing. And now, a certain individual had stepped into this very city, amidst the sweltering heat of the strongest and richest empire in the entire world, drawing attention to himself as he walked silently, his presence immediately captivating the gaze of onlookers, with clothes that were undoubtedly distinct, not crafted from the noble wear or any fashion trend prevalent in this world, at least, prompting people to glance at him, bows to be raised, some with curiosity, while most regarded him with thinly veiled disdain, their whispers trailing behind him like fog. Yet he paid them no mind, until something caught his eye, bringing him to a halt as he stood before a massive stone wall, one of many that lined the city's walkways. But it wasn't the wall itself that made him stop. Rather, his eyes narrowed, fixed on something that had clearly piqued his interest. It was his face, plastered on a wanted-style poster, and as he leaned in to read the words written below, his eyes widened in surprise. The notice declared that this disgusting, ugly-looking pig had been granted the honor of a duel against a formidable opponent. And to all civilians and citizens, it warned to refrain from harming him at least for 1 week, with a specific injunction not to inflict extreme damage. All of this signed by 2 authoritative figures, and Raziel was rendered silent, his mind seemingly blank, as he muttered under his breath, well, a light. Then, his words barely audible, and as he turned his head slowly, he was met with an overwhelming sight. More posters plastered along every wall, every pole, every stall, a ubiquitous reminder of his newfound notoriety, and the duel that lay ahead, with the warnings and the signatures of the 2 figures repeated everywhere he looked, a constant reminder of the instructions to spare him, at least for the time being, from any severe harm. They were everywhere, the same drawing, the same title, and the same insult, his face plastered on the same notice, with the same hurtful words, and Raziel let out a quiet, annoyed sigh, thinking to himself that these kinds of things might just make him start hating everyone, a feeling that was growing increasingly strong. But there was a dull ache behind the thought, a sense of deep-seated hurt, and it wasn't about the protection. That part was fine. He didn't mind people being told not to touch him, but the way it was phrased, the fact that it was done publicly, in an official document, no less, was what really bothered him. The fact that they were calling him disgusting, a pig, a label that cut deep, and the sheer audacity of it all, the blatancy of the insult, was what made his blood boil and his mind reel with a mix of emotions, a toxic cocktail of anger, frustration, and sadness, all swirling together, making it hard for him to think straight. And yet, he couldn't help but wonder why they felt the need to be so cruel, so heartless, and so public, with their disdain and their contempt, and why they couldn't just leave him alone, why they had to go and make it so official, so permanent, and so painfully public. He felt utterly disgusted upon reading those words, even more so than the people who likely felt when looking at him, and a part of him wanted to barge into the office of whoever wrote this and lash out, but he held himself back for now, knowing he wasn't strong enough yet, though he told himself soon that would change. And at least for now, he could walk freely without covering his face or hiding in shadows, which was something. And as he walked, the people around continued to whisper, their judgmental eyes, snickers, and expressions full of mockery and thinly veiled disgust on full display. None of them dared approach. But that didn't stop them from staring, whispers buzzing around him like bees, with people saying that's the pig from the posters, and wondering if he's really going to fight, and what bad days Empire has come to if a rapist is walking so openly in the Imperial capital. But he ignored them all, pushing through the crowds, his focus fixed on his goal, his determination growing with each step, his resolve to prove himself and overcome the hatred and ridicule of those around him, burning brighter than ever. As he walked under judgmental stares and half-hidden snickers for a few more minutes, he finally arrived in front of the academy gates, standing before the entrance of the academy, where the so-called gates were more like monstrous structures, at least 800 feet tall, standing proud and looming, forged from a solid, mysterious gray metal that gleamed with a muted luster under the morning sun, leaving him unable to even begin to guess what the material was. But one thing was certain. It wasn't anything found in the common wild, and the wall that flanked the gate stretched endlessly to both his left and right, giving him a true sense of the Academy's scale, making it clear that this wasn't just an institution, but a fortress, with fully armed knights standing along the perimeter of the walls, every 10 meters or so, each of them unmoving, like statues carved from divine stone, their armor shimmering faintly with enchantments. And even without any aura flaring, he could feel that these weren't weaklings, prompting him to inquire about the rank of the guards. And upon asking, he was informed that each of the guards was at least 4th rank, with some being 5th rank. Raziel nodded to himself, acknowledging that the average strength of the individuals here equals or exceeds that of city lords in outer lands. And this was indeed Akenvale Academy, the most prestigious, dangerous, and resource-filled school in the entire empire, or rather, the whole world, as he corrected himself. And upon lifting his gaze, he saw at the top of the gate, inscribed in flowing, silver-white letters, the words Akenvale Academy, which he found simple and elegant. Then he took a deep breath, muttering to himself that he wasn't here to sightsee, and with that, he adjusted his cuffs, rolled his shoulders, and stepped forward. Just as he did, his gaze landed on the figure standing directly in front of the gates, and that figure was none other than a person he seemed to recognize, referred to simply as Dawn. The warden, of course. It had to be him. The very person assigned to check the names of students before letting them in. And Raziel's steps slowed slightly, as he thought to himself, what shitty luck. He muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing, as he approached the small side entrance where 3 guards stood posted on either side and in front of a narrow open door embedded within the enormous academy gate, which was like a gate within a gate, only about 10 feet tall, meant for one person to walk through at a time. And just beyond them, he spotted someone standing at the final checkpoint. A student was already in front of him, likely finishing the admission verification process. Raziel watched as the person passed a small emblem-like card to the student's forehead, which glowed a faint blue before he was waved through. And as the student cleared the gate, the person shouted, "All right, next." Simple enough. Raziel didn't even bother slowing down. There was no need. As he approached, the 3 fully armed guards, dressed head to toe in smooth, gray metal, stood motionless. Their faces were completely concealed, with only a single horizontal slit for their eyes, giving them a featureless, ominous presence. Normally, they would halt and inspect students, especially checking for the special spatial bags issued by the Academy, and Raziel sighed. But didn't stop. He stepped forward, heading toward the entrance. Chapter 64, Call Me Daddy, seemed to be the title of this encounter. As Raziel continued on, his eyes fixed on the scene before him, the guards, the person at the checkpoint, and the narrow gate all seemed to be waiting for him, and he was about to find out what would happen next. As the scene unfolded, a sense of anticipation hung in the air, yet none of the onlookers made a move. Not a single hand was raised to stop him. No words were spoken, and no request for verification was made. It was as if they already knew exactly who he was. And this lack of reaction didn't go unnoticed by Raziel, who raised an eyebrow, a small grin tugging at his lips, thinking to himself, of course, they know me. I'm basically a celebrity around here, and celebrities don't need passes. With this air of confidence, he walked straight past them, hands in his pockets, casual as ever, and as he strolled up, he called out in a light and sarcastic tone, "You, Wadden, long time no see." And it was then that Dawn looked up, his eyes landing on Raziel's face, and in that moment, his expression froze, time seeming to stand still as he took in the familiar voice and face. His reaction a picture of shock and surprise, a stark contrast to the nonchalant demeanor of Raziel, who seemed to be enjoying the moment. His smugness palpable as he savored the attention, or rather, the lack thereof. His celebrity status apparently being all the verification he needed to breeze past the onlookers and into the scene with an air of effortless cool, leaving Don and the others to watch, transfixed, as he made his way, unimpeded and unabated, his confident stride, a testament to his unwavering self-assurance and his unshakable conviction that he was, indeed, a celebrity and as such, above the mundane requirements of ordinary mortals. A twitch ran through his left eye as he witnessed the scene unfold. Don muttered coldly, stepping aside with a clenched jaw, barely holding his composure, his words laced with a sense of restraint, while Raziel smirked wide, seemingly amused by the situation, remarking on the lack of identity check or confirmation scan, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he said it was generous of them to forego such formalities, prompting Don to growl, his voice dangerously close to boiling over, as he reiterated his instruction to go, barely restraining himself, his emotions simmering just below the surface, and Raziel, appearing to revel in the tension, chuckled softly, clearly enjoying every second of it, before strolling past Don without pause, but not before throwing one last jab over his shoulder, referencing a past statement that he would never be allowed to leave the academy gates, his grin turning sharp as he noted the irony of his current situation, where the same person who had once made that claim was now opening the door for him, the absurdity of which was not lost on him, and Don's reaction was immediate, his hand clenched tightly, his body trembling as anger surged through him, the emblem card in his grip suddenly cracking, shattered from the force of his fury. "Don't fly too high, kid. You'd be in pieces if not for others from above." A low but seething voice warned, like boiling oil forced to stay still, as the speaker's whole body trembled with restrained fury, veins popping across his thick neck and forehead, his eyes bloodshot with age, his fists clenched so tight they looked ready to shatter into bone, and he couldn't help but wonder when he, the leader of a powerful entity, had ever been humiliated like this, and by a nobody, no less, some impudent individual with too much mouth and no sense of their own weight. The individual, Raziel, without even bothering to fully turn back, let out a light, mocking chuckle, being played by a kid, aren't we now? He said, throwing the older person's old words back at him like knives wrapped in silk, which only served to tighten the older person's jaw as he muttered under his breath, just go, trying to steady his breathing, knowing he wasn't some minor figure to snap in public, but rather the enforcer of discipline, the one people feared even whispering about, and losing composure over a child would be disgraceful. A sentiment that only added to the tension between them. As the scene unfolded, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. Yet none of the onlookers made a move. Not a single hand was raised to stop him. No words were spoken, and no request for verification was made. It was as if they already knew exactly who he was. And this lack of reaction didn't go unnoticed by Raziel, who raised an eyebrow, a small grin tugging at his lips, thinking to himself, of course, they know me. I'm basically a celebrity around here, and celebrities don't need passes. With this air of confidence, he walked straight past them, hands in his pockets, casual as ever, and as he strolled up, he called out in a light and sarcastic tone, "Yo, Wadden, long time no see." And it was then that Don looked up, his eyes landing on Raziel's face, and in that moment, his expression froze, time seeming to stand still as he took in the familiar voice and face, his reaction a picture of shock and surprise, a stark contrast to the nonchalant demeanor of Raziel. who seemed to be enjoying the moment, his smugness palpable as he savored the attention, or rather, the lack thereof, his celebrity status apparently being all the verification he needed to breeze past the onlookers and into the scene, with an air of effortless cool, leaving Dawn and the others to watch, transfixed, as he made his way, unimpeded and unabated, his confident stride, a testament to his unwavering self-assurance and his unshakable conviction that he was, indeed, a celebrity, and as such, above the Munrazel waved him off, tuning his back without another glance as he stepped past the gate, clearly indicating his lack of interest in the grand scheme of things, although he still seemed to think some people deserved a parting gift. And as he walked away, he called out loudly enough for his words to echo, labeling someone a coward and scared of a kid. And almost immediately, a sharp cracking sound rang out behind him, similar to a small explosion, with metal groaning and dust stirring, suggesting that something had been crushed or broken. But Raziel didn't seem to care, didn't even look back. Instead, a satisfied smile slowly spread across his face as he whistled casually, straightening the lapel of his polished black and white suit, giving the impression that nothing out of the ordinary had just occurred, exuding an air of nonchalance as he continued on his way. Ain requirements of ordinary mortals. His steps didn't stop or change. It was as if he hadn't just poured oil over a volcano, and Raziel looked around and marveled at the scenery inside the academy, which truly felt like something pulled straight from the pages of a fantasy novel, with so many breathtaking sights, and the sheer scale of it all was overwhelming, featuring vast courtyards spread across the grounds, trimmed hedges shaped into mythical beasts, crystalline fountains dancing with enchanted water, and glowing glass orbs floating overhead that seemed to light the path wherever one walked. But Raziel didn't let it faze him. Sure, it was stunning, but not something that could impress him too much. Having been born into a duke family after all, and for the early years of his life, he'd lived inside a sprawling castle that could rival many palaces, and his boots clicked steadily against the cobblestone path leading toward the heart of the academy, a gargantuan castle-like structure at the center of it all, where on the way, students gathered in small groups, forming clusters by the walkways, talking, laughing, and occasionally glancing around, clearly enjoying the show of newcomers passing through. Most of them were seniors, judging by their confident postures and lack of nervous energy. And as Raziel continued walking, he noticed something strange. People were watching him, which wasn't strange in itself. But what was strange was the way they were watching him, with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, and he couldn't help but wonder what was behind their gaze. As he navigated through the crowds of students, his presence seemed to be drawing attention, and he felt like an outsider, despite being a part of this world. And the feeling was unfamiliar, yet intriguing. And he pressed on, his eyes fixed on the academy's central structure, his heart beating steadily as he prepared to face whatever lay ahead, his demeanor unwavering despite the weight of the gazes upon him. As he walked, people couldn't help but stare at him. After all, he was a celebrity now, and that part made sense. But what didn't make sense was how people began to step aside as he passed, not just slightly, but dramatically, as if he carried an invisible bubble of repulsion. Everyone moved to the very edge of the stone path, giving him a wide berth as though a deadly beast was passing through. The path ahead cleared like parting waves, enough to let an entire squad walk beside him. And while part of him wanted to believe it was respect, maybe awe at his potential, his strength, or even his good looks. But well, his newly acquired keen hearing skill told a very different story, as whispers began to circulate. "Hey, don't stand in that guy's way," someone whispered, fear thick in their voice, He's a total psychopath. Like, literally mental. But he's weak, isn't he? I mean, what can he even do to us? It's not like he's going to fight just because we didn't move out of the way. Another replied, but then someone cautioned, "Bah, leave it." As people continued to give him a wide berth, their fear and uncertainty palpable, a stark contrast to the respect and admiration he had expected. But instead, it seemed, he inspired dread. And his keen hearing picked up on every fearful whisper, a sobering reality check for someone who had expected to be revered, not reviled. A third voice chimed in, saying it's better to be safe than sorry, as this guy's still alive after doing all sorts of things that should have gotten him killed. And it's unbelievable how he's still breathing. And to make matters worse, he slapped the Duke's heir in the face yesterday, just like that. And astonishingly, the heir didn't even react. Not a single move. And the fact that he's still alive is a testament to something. Because if someone like him didn't retaliate after getting slapped, what could anyone else do? And if he were to slap someone out of nowhere and they hit him back, they'd be the ones getting executed. So it's clear that he's alive after all that. And some people think it must be luck. But someone else scoffed at the idea, saying that if they had even half that guy's luck, they'd have conquered half the world by now. And then Raziel's eye twitched as he heard this, and he seemed to disagree with the notion of luck being the reason, as he muttered under his breath, "Luck, my ass." That one line made him feel like someone had just hexed his soul. Half his luck. Whoever said that had better be ready to be buried 10 feet under the ground and forget hell. Lucifer himself might refuse to take in someone with that kind of cursed fate. As for the rest of it, Raziel didn't know how to feel. Being feared without doing anything, he wasn't sure if it was satisfying, infuriating, or just plain absurd. System. You hearing this? He muttered in his mind, eyes glinting. I've managed to make every single one of them scared without even showing 1% of my power yesterday. Am I a good villain now? The voice in his head responded in a casual, amused tone. Fear. No. Post. They're not in awe. They're flabbergasted by your suicidal skills. You look like a guy who spends his days pondering death scenarios. Then it added, just a reminder. Only 7 days left until your official death day. Raziel was questioned about his strength, and he didn't respond immediately, his eyes fixed on the academy gates in the distance, a new world waiting for him, his pupils narrowing as he gazed ahead. And then he whispered under his breath, a sly smile spreading across his face, saying he wouldn't die. Probably as far as he thought and had planned, and with that, he rolled his shoulders back and walked through the parting crowd like a shadow king, reclaiming his throne. Mocked, feared, and deadly silent, ready for whatever came next. And just as he was walking, a voice cut through the murmur of the academy grounds, asking if he was the guy whose posters were everywhere, the one called the Disgusting Pig. Raziel paused mid-step, his expression unchanged, though his fingers twitched slightly in annoyance. And then footsteps approached, heavy and deliberate, and he muttered under his breath, of course, there are still idiots, dramatically placing a hand over his face, wondering how it could be a proper fantasy novel without a few clowns showing up on cue. And then he turned, slowly, to find himself facing a trio of walking stereotypes. A bulky, muscular guy with wild yellow hair stood in the center, flanked by two black-haired, skinny followers, both with the same look of forced arrogance, masked under a layer of cowardice, and one of them called out, "Stop, little piggy," as Raziel faced them, his expression unwavering, ready for whatever confrontation was to come, with the guy who spoke earlier, saying, "Hey, is that the guy whose posters are everywhere, still waiting for a response. As Raziel stood tall, his eyes fixed on the trio, his smile still plastered on his face, and his hand still covering his face, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike, or to respond to the insults and the sneers that were being thrown his way, with the whole scene unfolding like a scripted drama, with Raziel as the main character, and the trio as the antagonists, and the crowd as the audience, watching and waiting to see what would happen next. As the tension built up, and the atmosphere became more and more charged, with Raziel's reputation and his pride hanging in the balance, and the outcome still uncertain, and hanging in the air like a challenge waiting to be accepted or declined by Raziel, the so-called disgusting pig who was now standing tall and unwavering in the face of adversity and ridicule and scorn, with his eyes fixed on the trio and his heart fixed on his goal, to prove himself and to show the world what he was truly capable of, and to make a name for himself in the academy and in the world beyond, where only the strongest and the most determined would succeed and survive. And Raziel was determined to be one of them, no matter what and no matter who stood in his way, with his spirit unbroken and his will unshaken and his heart still beating strong with a fierce and unyielding determination to rise above and to overcome any obstacle that dared to stand in his way, and to emerge victorious in the end, with his head held high and his pride intact and his reputation forever changed, for the better or for the worse. Only time would tell, but for now, Raziel was ready for whatever came next, and he would face it head on, with courage and with strength, and with a heart that was full of hope and full of determination to succeed and to thrive in a world that was full of challenges and full of obstacles, but also full of opportunities and full of possibilities, waiting to be seized and waiting to be explored by Raziel, the so-called disgusting pig, who is now standing tall and unwavering in the face of adversity and ridicule and scorn, with his eyes fixed on the trio and his heart fixed on his goal, to prove himself and to show the world what he was truly capable of, and to make a name for himself in the academy and in the world beyond. Raziel stopped, not out of surprise, but out of sheer disbelief at how textbook their entrance was, as the yellow-haired brute laughed loudly, exclaiming, "See? I called out little piggy and he stopped. Are you really a piggy?" Ha ha ha, with his two lackeys laughing too, albeit awkwardly. Clearly more out of obligation than genuine amusement, the kind of laugh one gives when one's survival depends on it, while Raziel just stared at them blankly, prompting the system to warn, "Nah, host, don't even think about it. You won't be able to beat them. They're seniors. Honestly, right now you can't even take a fist, let alone these muscleheads." But Raziel cricked his neck, shrugging off the warning, and asked, "What do you want, kids?" Which triggered the yellow-haired boy to puff his chest like a gorilla, retorting, "Kids, we're your seniors here. Freshmen, if this is your first day, right, then this is hazing. You haven't paid proper respect yet. Come on, bow and call me daddy," as he pulled out a notebook from behind his back and uncapped a pen, clearly intending to keep a tally of how many freshmen he could get to call him that. Raziel stared at him, utterly expressionless, wondering how dumb someone could be, and how he even got into the academy with that kind of IQ. Pondering if they tested intelligence with a rock-throwing contest. As he stood there contemplating the IQ drop around him, one of the skinny followers leaned in and whispered to the yellow-haired boy. But Raziel could hear it all, of course, saying, "Boss, this is the guy who has been marked by the Empire. He's got an official protection code. No citizen is allowed to harm him for the next week. We should maybe not mess with him," which caused the yellow-haired boy to blink as Raziel continued to observe the situation with a mix of confusion and amusement, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that someone so seemingly intellectually challenged had managed to gain such a significant level of protection, and the surrounding group seemed to be weighing their options, considering the potential consequences of interfering with someone under official protection, all while Raziel stood by, silently judging the entire scene unfolding before him. It seems that a rather intriguing conversation is unfolding, as one individual appears to be quite familiar with a particular concept and proceeds to explain that the limit in question merely implies that a certain person cannot be fatally harmed, but it does not necessarily mean that they cannot suffer a few bruises, prompting a chuckle from the speaker, who then turns to address another character, proclaiming boldly that they are not intimidated, declaring their name to be Camille, and stating that they stand firm in their ideals, fearing no one, not even the academy, which causes the entire area to fall silent, with conversations coming to a halt, students stopping in their tracks, and all eyes fixed on the scene as the person being addressed, Raziel, flashes a somewhat amused smile, seemingly entertained by the other's apparent lack of understanding, as he mutters to himself that this person really does not comprehend the situation, his lips twitching upward in a crooked, amused grin. As the scene unfolded, it became apparent that an intense atmosphere had settled over the academy grounds, like a storm of tension surging through the air, and it seemed the main character was about to get into a confrontation with the system, warning them in a soft, almost pleading tone, like a worried older brother trying to stop his hot-headed sibling from charging into a lion's den, saying they were going to get embarrassed, that getting beaten on the first day of the academy would be embarrassing, and suggesting they shouldn't try to fight, that they weren't at the other person's level, and that maybe they should try some other day. But the main character, seemingly confused, responded with a question, asking who said they were going to fight, as if they hadn't intended to engage in a battle, which prompted the system to express surprise, having apparently misinterpreted the main character's intentions, and the system's words were laced with a sense of caution, urging the main character to reconsider, to not rush into a fight they might not be ready for, and the main character's response only added to the sense of confusion, as they seemed to be backing away from a confrontation that the system had assumed was inevitable, and the system's soft tone was a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere that had built up. Like a calm voice in the midst of a raging storm, trying to bring a sense of reason to the situation, but the main character's words had thrown everything into disarray, leaving the system to wonder what was going on, and the main character's confusion only added to the sense of uncertainty that hung in the air, like a challenge waiting to be met. As the scene hung in the balance, poised on the brink of a confrontation that might or might not happen, and the system's words echoed through the air, a reminder of the potential dangers of underestimating one's opponent and the importance of being prepared for anything. As the main character stood there, frozen in uncertainty, the system's warning still echoing in their mind, a reminder of the risks of taking on someone who might be out of their league, and the main character's response had only served to heighten the sense of tension as the scene waited with bated breath to see what would happen next, and the system's soft tone seemed to be the only thing holding back the storm, as the main character stood at the crossroads, unsure of which path to take, and the system's words seemed to be the only voice of reason in a sea of uncertainty, urging caution and warning of the dangers of recklessness, as the scene unfolded, like a puzzle waiting to be solved. With the main character's next move hanging precariously in the balance, and the system's warning still echoing through the air, a reminder of the potential consequences of their actions, and the main character's confusion only added to the sense of anticipation as the scene waited to see what would happen next, and the system's soft tone seemed to be the only thing holding back the storm, as the main character stood there, frozen in uncertainty, the system's warning still echoing in their mind, a reminder of the risks of underestimating one's opponent and the importance of being prepared for anything. The system was suddenly thrown into a state of panic, as if its entire digital existence had been shattered by a single sentence, and it was clear that something was very wrong. The host's intention to call someone daddy had left the system reeling, and it couldn't help but express its shock and disgust, saying, "Damn, host." Never in its dreams did it think that after mommy, this would happen. And it couldn't help but wonder if the host actually liked being called good boy that much. And it let out a tisk tisk host. Never could it have expected this path from the host. The system's panic was palpable, and the host, Raziel, was getting frustrated, mentally telling the system to shut up, and he was grinding his teeth in annoyance. Seriously, what kind of system did he end up with? He thought, wondering why this system was reacting this way. And he thought to himself, who said someone needs to be touched to be beaten? A devilish grin curling at the edge of his lips as he pondered the system's strange behavior. See and learn, system. Watch how a masterful move is made without even laying a finger on the opponent. As a challenger dares to utter a provocative phrase, but it's way too far, and now the scene is set for a thrilling encounter in chapter 65, where an ex-fiancé, Raziel, lets out a deep sigh, shaking his head, as Swish suddenly shifts his body to the side just in time, dodging a punch that flew towards his face, and the attacker, Camille, scratches the back of his head, pulling back the fist he'd just thrown, his expression flickering with mild surprise, wondering how this kid, who seemingly doesn't possess even a thread of mana or aura, can react so quickly just by physical movement alone. And Camille thinks to himself he had thrown a clumsy punch, not even enforced by mana or aura, but still, it wasn't something a Fissure could dodge, especially not someone like Raziel, a kid with known defects and almost no foundation. And Raziel mutters to himself, feeling almost embarrassed, exhaling quietly, acknowledging that he had predicted the punch, but reacting to it was a different story. His body was sluggish, and he attributes his ability to dodge to all the time he spent fighting those 100 mantises with enhanced agility, which has made him more flexible now. Even then, compared to this guy, my agility is too slow. He must be at least C rank, maybe even B in agility when using mana or aura, and even without those, his base body alone must be at D rank. At minimum, probably the result of years of training with aura, which naturally strengthens the body over time. Damn, did he really just attack him? He's called the crazy yellow chimpanzee of the academy, but even chimpanzees aren't usually this dumb. Whispers rippled, though, the gathered students, forming a wide circle as they watched the scene unfold with growing enjoyment. Guess I won't be lazy anymore, Camille muttered, rotating his shoulders with a slow swing. So fast, Raziel whispered as his hearing picked up the shift in wind pressure, the sign of an incoming attack. He attempted to dodge to the right immediately, but Camille smiled as he watched the boy start to move before the strike had even launched. Thinking to himself that the boy had good perception, but his speed was nowhere near enough. And with a swift and brutal kick, Camille struck, not using his hand, but instead extending it mid-motion and delivering a direct blow to Raziel's stomach, just below the ribs, a kick that Raziel saw coming and knew was coming, yet still couldn't react fast enough to avoid, the kick connecting cleanly and sending his body flying through the air, launched nearly 6 feet up, but he managed to stabilize mid-air and land on his feet, right beside the outer edge of the crowd, causing the surrounding students to instinctively step back as he landed, and Raziel stood straight, expressionless, not even sighing, as if he hadn't just taken a solid kick to the gut, and calmly, silently, he began dusting off his suit jacket where the impact had landed. Camille was left utterly bewildered, as the kid, Raziel, simply blinked and adjusted his clothes, showing no signs of pain or discomfort whatsoever, despite having been kicked with enough force to send an ordinary academy trainee to the infirmary. And this lack of reaction was so astonishing that Camille wondered if the kick had even connected, were it not for the fact that Raziel was casually brushing dirt off his weird, unfamiliar-looking suit, which only added to Camille's confusion, as he kept staring at Raziel, now doubting whether the attack had even landed. And just as Camille was trying to process this bizarre scene, Raziel tilted his head slightly and uttered a provocative remark, saying, "That was it? You kicked like you were trying to put a baby to sleep," which prompted the crowd to collectively gasp in shock, as if they couldn't believe Raziel's audacity. And the air was suddenly filled with a sense of anticipation and tension, as everyone seemed to be thinking, "Oh no, he didn't," in response to Raziel's brazen comment, which had clearly caught Camille off guard and left him wondering what would happen next. Camille's face twitched violently as he seemed to be wondering if he was being mocked, and in response, he cracked his knuckles and stepped forward slowly, his eyes sharpening with aggression. But just as things were escalating, a calm voice intervened, saying, "Stop," as Raziel raised a hand, and then added, "Give me 2 seconds," which was a rather unusual request in the middle of a tense confrontation. And Raziel casually turned away from Camille, ignoring the fight entirely, and walked towards a group of senior students standing nearby, which left the crowd murmuring in confusion. And even Camille's expression changed to one of pure bafflement, as he seemed to be thinking, what the hell? 2 seconds in the middle of a fight. Does he think this is a game where everyone will pause because he asked nicely? But despite the absurdity of the situation, the strange thing was that everyone seemed to be waiting to see what would happen next, as if Raziel's calm demeanor had somehow managed to diffuse the tension, at least for the time being, and Camille's aggression was momentarily halted as he stood there looking confused and unsure of how to react to Raziel's unusual behavior. Camille stood there, watching, and so did the crowd. But Raziel didn't seem to care, as he walked over to the trio of upperclassmen, who raised their bows but didn't move. And one of them asked, "What do you want?" folding his arms as he stared at Raziel, clearly one of the seniors. Probably not nobody's either. To which Raziel responded without emotion, 100 elemental cores to break that guy's bones. And he casually pulled out a spatial pouch from inside his suit and began fishing out shimmering elemental cores. Grade D. The front guy blinked, almost confused. Huh, why should we? No, wait. 100? Are you serious? 100 D-grade elemental cores? The crowd watched in silence as the scene unfolded, the upperclassmen seeming taken aback by Raziel's offer, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. As they considered the proposal, the air was thick with tension, and the crowd held its collective breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Raziel's calm demeanor, a stark contrast to the intensity of the situation. The elemental cores, grade D, a significant offering, and the upperclassmen's hesitation, a clear indication that they were not used to being made such offers, and the crowd's silence, a testament to the weight of the moment, as the upperclassmen deliberated, their decision hanging in the balance, and Raziel stood there, waiting, his expression unwavering, his eyes fixed on the upperclassmen. As the scene continued to unfold, the outcome uncertain, but one thing was clear. Raziel was willing to go to great lengths to achieve his goal, and the crowd was eager to see what would happen next. Their attention fixed on the drama unfolding before them as the upperclassmen weighed their options, and the air remained thick with tension, and Raziel's offer, 100 elemental cores, grade D, hung in the balance, waiting to be accepted or rejected. The crowd held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next, and the upperclassmen's decision would change the course of events. And the crowd was eager to see what that decision would be as the scene continued to unfold, with Raziel's calm demeanor and the upperclassmen's deliberation and the crowd's silence, all combining to create a sense of anticipation and uncertainty as the outcome hung in the balance, and the crowd waited with bated breath to see what would happen next. He was puzzled, wondering if they were really going to beat up one crazy kid, and he glanced at his companions with a confused expression on his face, considering that the kind of currency they were dealing with was equivalent to 1,000 gold coins, which was definitely worth it. And then Raziel handed 100 coins to the front man and also gave 50 each to the other two, saying, "Help your friend." And they took the coins instinctively, and the first guy smiled, sliding the coins into his own spatial bag, thinking what a generous deal it was, and noting that fighting wasn't banned, just that it seemed like a lot of effort to go through, all for the sake of beating up one crazy kid. But the reward was substantial, and the fact that they were getting paid such a large amount of money, or rather coins, was a significant incentive, and they were willing to take on the task despite some initial reservations. And the transaction was made, with the coins changing hands, and the group was now committed to seeing it through, and they were ready to face whatever lay ahead, with the promise of a hefty reward waiting for them at the end. In a dramatic turn of events, a scene unfolded where three seniors took a stern approach towards an individual, prompting a voice from behind to interrupt, inquiring about their actions. But before any response could be given, the seniors continued on their path, leaving the inquirer to adjust his suit, almost as if concluding a business meeting, all while screams erupted in the background, with one of the seniors coldly stating that business is business as the screams intensified, including the voice of the individual they were approaching, shouting, cursing, and eventually breaking down into tears as physical altercations ensued, and students around gave a wide berth, parting ways to let one of the figures walk out, at which point an inner voice, clearly disappointed, questioned if the events that transpired were in line with the idea of taking care of someone without physical harm. A question that hung in the air as the individual walked away from the chaos. They had been hoping for something brilliant, but instead, it seemed like a rather unimpressive encounter, with one party mentioning that money is also a superpower and shrugging off the idea of fighting something that wouldn't yield any returns, preferring instead to pick a fight with someone of higher stature, like a duke or a king, as that would be more befitting of their style. And with a heroic flourish, they ran a hand through their hair, emphasizing the importance of always fighting people stronger than oneself, as the level of opponents one faces is a direct reflection of how one is perceived. And after a few more minutes of walking, they finally arrived at their designated classroom, which was hardly a humble learning space, but rather a miniature castle awkwardly juxtaposed into a learning hall, a sight that was certainly a far cry from a traditional classroom setting, and one that seemed to embody the idea that even the most mundane of places could be transformed into something truly remarkable. And as they stood there, taking in the sights and sounds of this unusual learning environment, it was clear that this was going to be a most unforgettable experience, one that would staying with them for a long time to come, and one that would likely be filled with all manner of unexpected twists and turns as they delved deeper into the world of this miniature castle classroom with its own unique brand of magic and wonder and its own set of rules and expectations, all of which would have to be navigated in order to succeed. And it was with this sense of trepidation and anticipation that they stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, and to make the most of this extraordinary opportunity, no matter what it might bring. And as they did so, they couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and curiosity about what the future held, and what secrets this miniature castle classroom might still have in store for them. And with that, they began their journey into the unknown, with a sense of hope and wonder that would stay with them every step of the way. In the Grand Royal Classroom, where tall, arched windows allowed streams of golden sunlight to pour in, the floor was adorned with deep red carpets woven with intricate designs, and each desk and chair appeared to be antique, crafted from what seemed to be gilded mahogany, gold trimmed and velvet cushioned, a space only accessible to students who had gathered at least 1,000 elemental cores in the trial, with just 36 students making the cut this year, potentially one of the highest records. And it was no secret to Raziel how most of them had achieved this feat, as except for one person, every student present was part of a large party during the trial, with most being directly affiliated with influential figures, and their collected cores had been distributed among their teams and protectors, ensuring everyone barely passed the minimum requirement, and those protectors were almost all nobles or children from powerful houses, trusted, talented, and well-funded, including the influential figures themselves, who had barely cleared the threshold, not due to weakness, but because of how widely they had shared their resources, whereas Raziel had achieved this feat alone, albeit through questionable means, which he justified as being within his own strength, and even if it was against the rules, he didn't care. But his thoughts were interrupted as he stepped through the ornate doorway, and instantly, every gaze in the room snapped towards him. He was puzzled, wondering if they were really going to beat up one crazy kid, and he glanced at his companions with a confused expression on his face, considering that the kind of currency they were dealing with was equivalent to 1,000 gold coins, which was definitely worth it. And then Raziel handed 100 coins to the front man, and also gave 50 each to the other two, saying, "Help your friend," and they took the coins instinctively, and the first guy smiled, sliding the coins into his own spatial bag, thinking what a generous deal it was, and noting that fighting wasn't banned, just that it seemed like a lot of effort to go through, all for the sake of beating up one crazy kid, but the reward was substantial, and the fact that they were getting paid such a large amount of money, or rather coins, was a significant incentive, and they were willing to take on the task despite some initial reservations. And the transaction was made, with the coins changing hands, and the group was now committed to seeing it through, and they were ready to face whatever lay ahead, with the promise of a hefty reward waiting for them at the end. Raziel stood there in silence for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping the room, as every face stared back at him with a mixture of emotions, including confusion, suspicion, shock, and even disgust. But he didn't say anything. He simply looked, until eventually his eyes landed on a few familiar faces. Aeon, Dakenvi, and Selena Luminous, both seated in the very front rows, although they weren't sitting together, each occupying their own throne-like chair, separated by several seats, and both of them had calm, unreadable expressions, as if they'd expected this, But Selena's gaze was different. Her golden eyes locked onto him, not with disdain, but with something far more intense, as if she was analyzing him from head to toe, trying to absorb every detail of his being with her gaze alone, and there was an unsettling sharpness to it, as he felt her gaze piercing through him, and the room remained silent, with all eyes on him, waiting for him to speak. But he just kept looking, his eyes fixed on the two familiar faces, and the tension in the room grew thicker, as the silence stretched out, becoming more and more uncomfortable, until it seemed like the air itself was heavy with anticipation, and Raziel's gaze continued to sweep the room, as if searching for something or someone, but his eyes always came back to Aeon and Selena, and the weight of their gazes, especially Selena's, was almost palpable, and the room remained frozen, waiting for something to happen, or for someone to break the silence. But for now, everyone just kept staring, and the silence continued to grow, like a living, breathing thing, filling the room with an almost tangible sense of expectation. Something was far too focused, and Raziel wondered what was with that look, why she was staring like she wanted to scan his soul, which he found disgusting. So he didn't even want to look at her and instead turned his gaze to the other side, making Selena's eyes move, and his attention shifted to another girl seated a few rows behind Selena, with emerald green hair like flowing spirit vines, and matching vivid eyes that held the shimmer of clarity and calm. She looked surprised, truly caught off guard by his presence. Silva Phaelith, the only student in this room aside from Raziel himself who had truly earned her seat here. Though he owned his strength alone, she had collected over 700,000 cores, nearly achieving an impossible feat on her own merit. One of the youngest kingdom-level threats in the entire world. Even now, Raziel knew she could destroy nations by herself. And then his thoughts seemed to linger on her impressive abilities and the fact that she was a force to be reckoned with, a powerful individual who had gained her position through her own accomplishments. And as he gazed at her, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fascination and curiosity about this remarkable girl, Silva Phaelith, who seemed to be a mystery waiting to be unraveled, with a strength and power that was undeniable, and a presence that commanded attention, and Raziel's thoughts were consumed by the wonder of it all. As he continued to observe her, mesmerized by the aura of calm and clarity that surrounded her, and the incredible feats she had achieved, which had earned her a place among the most powerful individuals in the world. His eyes moved again, and in that instant, the entire room seemed to fade into the background, as if nothing else mattered, and all that was left was the figure that had captured his attention, a woman so striking that she outshone even the two goddesses present. Selena with her divine golden glow, and Silva Phaelith with her ethereal emerald grace, not because of any jewels or presents, but because of an undefinable quality, a stillness or perhaps a peacefulness that emanated from her. Her platinum white hair cascading in gentle waves over her shoulders, shimmering faintly beneath the golden light that poured in from the tall academy windows. Her eyes, those same platinum irises, gleaming like untouched ice, sharp and distant, focused entirely on nothing, as if lost in thought, or perhaps not even aware of her surroundings. Her gaze was so intense, so captivating, that it seemed to draw everything towards her, including his attention, which was now completely fixated on her, unable to look away or even blink, as if time itself had stopped. And all that was left was this moment, this fleeting instant, where everything else had ceased to exist, and all that mattered was this woman, this enigmatic figure, who seemed to embody a sense of calm, of serenity, that was both captivating and unnerving. At the same time, leaving him, and perhaps everyone else in the room, utterly spellbound and unable to look away from this vision, this apparition that had so suddenly and so completely taken over the space and his attention and his very being. It seemed as if nothing else existed or mattered except for this woman and her mesmerizing, her captivating presence that had so effortlessly and so completely taken over the entire room and his very soul, it seemed. He sat silently in the very first seat, closest to the professor's platform, just a few steps away. And with that, his entire mood was shattered as he put his hand on his mouth, feeling like he was about to puke. And it was all because of his ex-fiancée, who was now sitting in front of him. A scenario that unfolded in chapter 66, Future Concerns, where she stared directly into his eyes with an expressionless and cold demeanor, her face devoid of even the slightest flicker of emotion, not a twitch in her brows or a shift in her gaze. Her icy demeanor felt like an immovable and distant wall, and Raziel looked at her, disappointment clouding his eyes as he searched for something in her expression. Regret, confusion, or even a little shame for what she had once done, but found nothing, just a frozen, hollow indifference, and that actually hurt him, even if he refused to admit it. But instead of reacting, he simply looked away, as if he no longer cared. His actions a stark contrast to the turmoil that was brewing inside him, as he struggled to come to terms with the emotional void that now separated them. It seemed as if whatever he had expected wasn't worth it anymore, and with a muttered whatever under his breath, he took a step forward, his destination already decided, turning and continuing walking towards the very back of the classroom, to the last seat, the farthest from everyone, which unsurprisingly was the only desk left untouched, as everyone here had scrambled for the front, eager to sit as close to the elite as possible, and his presence sparked a thought that ran through more than one student's mind, whispered internally with disbelief, wondering how someone like him, with that past, with a criminal record, could be allowed in this, the most sacred room in the entire academy. And questions arose, not just about why he was in this royal classroom, but why he was even still in the academy at all. Shouldn't they have kicked him out already? Doesn't his very presence taint the school's name? Are the higher-ups just asking to become enemies with the great houses? And then a pause, as if waiting for something to happen or for someone to react. And the air was thick with unspoken words and unasked questions, all revolving around the mysterious figure who now occupied the last seat in the classroom. It seemed as if whatever he had expected wasn't worth it anymore, and with a muttered whatever under his breath, he took a step forward, his destination already decided, turning and continuing walking towards the very back of the classroom, to the last seat, the farthest from everyone, which unsurprisingly was the only desk left untouched, as everyone here had scrambled for the front, eager to sit as close to the elite as possible. And his presence sparked a thought that ran through more than one student's mind, whispered internally with disbelief, wondering how someone like him, with that past, with a criminal record, could be allowed in this, the most sacred room in the entire academy. And questions arose, not just about why he was in this royal classroom, but why he was even still in the academy at all. Shouldn't they have kicked him out already? Doesn't his very presence taint the school's name? Are the higher-ups just asking to become enemies with the great houses? And then a pause, as if waiting for something to happen or for someone to react. And the air was thick with unspoken words and unasked questions, all revolving around the mysterious figure who now occupied the last seat in the classroom. As the murmurs began to circulate, whispers and questions rose like heat from a boiling pot. and it seemed that everyone was wondering if he had actually collected 1,000 ko's and who might have helped him. But Raziel remained completely unfazed, his sharp senses picking up on every word without so much as a flicker of emotion, as he walked with a calm and collected demeanor, one foot in front of the other, like a man whose ears were deaf and heart felt no emotions, thinking to himself, like, who the fuck cares? And then a voice called out, clear and calm, with a feminine tone and an air of authority, belonging to none other than Celestia, the girl with platinum hair, who was sitting in the first seat, exuding an aura of nobility and elegance, a very picture of refinement and poise, her voice piercing through the commotion, a sight to behold. As the scene unfolded with Raziel at its center, his emotions locked away, and Celestia's voice ringing out. A moment of intrigue and suspense, with the crowd's suspicions and whispers providing a backdrop of tension and uncertainty. She gazed directly at him, her platinum eyes sharp and unblinking, and in that instant, the classroom froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with a sudden silence descending like a blanket, suffocating all sound, so that even the whispers ceased, leaving an eerie stillness where the faintest noise would have resonated like thunder, and every pair of eyes swiveled towards the two of them. Yet he, Raziel, didn't flinch, didn't even spare her a glance, simply walked right past her, completely disregarding her presence, treating her as if she were nothing more than empty air, as if the most important girl in the academy, the imperial princess herself, were utterly insignificant. And the classroom, in response, let out a collective gasp, loud and shocked, a stark contrast to the silence that had preceded it. Even the senior students, who usually kept their heads down and minds on their own business, jerked upright, their lazy eyes narrowing, as a whispered question spread like wildfire. Did he just ignore her? Did he just ignore the imperial princess? Someone whispered with trembling lips, their voice barely audible. But before the sentence could fully leave their mouth, the student sitting behind them slapped a hand over their face, hissing through clenched teeth. Are you trying to die, you idiot? All breathing halted. No one moved, no one dared. The atmosphere felt like the edge of a sword, stretched tight and ready to snap. Every gaze was fixed on Celestia, waiting, bracing, terrified of what would come next. Only one sound echoed through the tension. Raziel's footsteps, steady and indifferent, moving towards the back of the classroom. He sat down on the very last seat. Silence lingered. All eyes kept shifting between Celestia and Raziel. Everyone waited. The air was thick with anticipation, as the students held their collective breath, waiting to see what would happen next, their eyes darting back and forth between the two. The silence was oppressive, heavy with unspoken threats, and the students were frozen in place, unsure of what to do or what would happen if they made a wrong move. Even the normally poised figures were frozen, tense, and unmoving, with one individual's hand already twitching, ready to jump in at the slightest ripple of danger. But what came next was nothing like what they expected, as the person in question didn't react with anger, nor did they even acknowledge what had just happened. Instead, they simply rested their elbow casually on the desk, their chin popping up gently by their fist, their eyes gazing ahead, blank and bored, like they hadn't even noticed the complete disregard. It meant absolutely nothing to them. They didn't even turn their head, not even once, and the silence that followed was oppressive, with another 10 seconds passing before everyone in the room finally let out the breath they hadn't realized they were holding, as the tension was finally broken and a sense of relief washed over them. But the atmosphere remained heavy, with the weight of what had just transpired still lingering in the air, and the individual's nonchalant demeanor only served to heighten the sense of unease, leaving everyone wondering what would happen next. as they waited with bated breath for some sign of what was to come. Their eyes fixed on the person who seemed completely unbothered by the events that had just unfolded. Their expression a mask of calm as they continued to gaze ahead, lost in thought. Or so it seemed, but in reality, they were probably just waiting for the right moment to act, and everyone in the room knew it, which only added to the tension, as they all waited for the other shoe to drop, their nerves stretched to the breaking point, as the silence continued to hang in the air, like a challenge, or a threat, or maybe even a promise of what was still to come. A synchronized sound of relief echoed through the air as some students even wiped sweat from their foreheads, their heartbeats pounding like drums in their chests. It was terrifying how just her presence could bring that kind of pressure. Even though one student had been the one to break etiquette, everyone felt as if they might be punished. That's how dangerous Celestia was. If there was anyone in the academy who could bend or break the rules, it was her. And she hadn't done anything. Yet, the atmosphere was tense. Dozens of eyes turned toward the offending student again. This time, not with curiosity or disgust, but with barely restrained killing intent. How could he be so reckless, so stupid? One student gnawed at her fingernails, her eyes glued to Celestia, who was her ex-fiancé. The weight of Celestia's presence was suffocating, and the offending student's actions were seen as incredibly foolish. The air was thick with unspoken threats, and it seemed like everyone was waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. The offending student's recklessness had put everyone on edge, and Celestia's calm demeanor only added to the tension. It was as if she was waiting for something, or someone, to make another move. The students were all walked on eggshells, unsure of what would trigger Celestia's wrath, and the offending student's actions had just increased the pressure, making everyone feel like they were balancing on a tightrope, waiting for the other shoe to drop. He was consumed by his own thoughts, wondering if he was even hated now, as his mind spiraled out of control, the pace of his breathing growing frantic. And Raziel sat down at the very back of the Grand Royal classroom. His figure slouched casually as his eyes drifted upward to the ceiling, where there was no window on his side, no comforting breeze or distraction to stare at. So he didn't know what he was supposed to be doing here. And honestly, he didn't care, as he dismissed the memory of the woman who had just tried to call out to him with a sneer in his thoughts, because he didn't want to talk to people like her. No, actually, he didn't even want to be here. Not at all. And if he had his way, he wouldn't have stepped foot in this academy. His only real reason for coming was to unlock the basic functions of his system, which could only be activated after participating in the Gate of Worth. That was it. Beyond that, he had no desire to linger here. What would he even gain? Ridicule, hate, contempt. This place would only remind him of everything he hated. He couldn't even access the resources provided, even if he wanted to. And worst of all, the people he despised most in the entire world were all gathered right here. He was still here because things had spiraled out of control. Choices once made had chained him into this mess, and simply taking part in the trial had revealed his identity, setting everything else in motion, making his mere presence a problem to the world around him. And if not for his move in claiming a duel of honor yesterday, he would have been dead already, literally. But that duel was his shield. The moment he claimed it, all open attempts on his life had to be postponed, as the Academy and the Empire recognized it, meaning no one could try to kill him until the duel was settled, not even those whose blood boiled at the very sight of him. So he would stay, at least until then, and after the duel, if he won, The holy promise would grant him protection, which was the only reason he was still alive. And he would have to stay and face the consequences of his actions, all because of the choices he had made and the revelation of his identity, which had set off a chain of events that he could not escape. And now he was trapped in this situation, waiting for the duel to be settled and hoping that he would emerge victorious and receive the protection he so desperately needed. No one would be able to touch him, at least not without defying their sacred oath to the church. And they could hate him all they wanted, but they wouldn't be able to act on it. And as for how he planned to win, he smiled, his fingers lightly tapping the wooden desk. People like certain individuals must be thinking he was stupid, like giving up a dragon heart just to pass the trial and gather 1,000 elemental cores was foolish. A desperate move. Wasteful. But that was never the real reason. The real reason was about setting the stage. He had prepared for this duel far in advance. The true key to his victory was the divine serpent's venom, the one he had secretly asked the dragon spirit to mix into the heat. The divine serpent's venom, unlike other poisons, this one wasn't lethal, at least not in the traditional sense. Yes, it could kill weak beings, but for stronger cultivators, its danger wasn't in death. It was in suffering, a plight that struck fear into the hearts of many. And the reason for this fear was its near undetectability, as no alchemical skill, no medical art, and no divine sense could recognize it as poison, to the point where in most cases it didn't even exist as poison at all. Instead, hiding in the victim's body, silent and cruel, waiting for the perfect moment to activate and unleash hell, bringing about paralyzing pain and agony so intense that it could make warriors collapse, draining a person's strength and breaking them down to the point where they couldn't even lift a weapon, and in some cases, it was so devastating that it caused complete body failure for 3 entire months, and because it couldn't be identified, it also couldn't be treated, leaving no antidote, no shortcut, and no other choice for the victim but to wait it out, helpless and at the mercy of this terrible affliction, which made it the true weapon of suffering, one that inspired dread and hopelessness in all who knew of its existence. Raziel's plan wasn't to defeat Aeon in combat. It was to ensure Aeon couldn't even appear, because the Dagon heat was now a part of Aeon's body, and the moment it resonated with him, the venom would activate, and then Aeon would be bedridden if not completely paralyzed, and by the rules, if a challenger fails to show up for the Duel of Honor, the other party wins automatically. All as planned. Yes, Aeon was from a powerful Duke family. Yes, he had terrifying strength and backing, but that was the brilliance of Raziel's scheme. Even if they realized something was wrong, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The venom was hidden too well. Raziel's plan was cleverly designed to take advantage of the rules in Aeon's own body, leaving no room for error or escape, and it was this cunning that made Raziel's scheme so effective, as it was not a direct attack, but a subtle and insidious one that would catch Aeon off guard and leave him unable to participate in the duel, thereby securing Raziel's victory without a fight. Buried inside the royal bloodline, Dagon heat, a sacred treasure lay hidden, a mystery that no one would dare investigate, with the discomfort Aeon experienced simply assumed to be a side effect of his body adjusting to the new power source. A perfect plan. Yet Raziel couldn't shake off the feeling of anxiety, and it was all because of one particular clause in the rules, which stated that if a person was unable to attend their Duel of Honor due to a serious injury or emergency, they were allowed to send someone in their place, a substitute fighter, who wouldn't be entitled to any of the challenge's rewards or status, even if they emerged victorious, but the duel would still take place, a symbolic continuation of the honor of the duel. And this was precisely what unsettled Raziel, as he had no idea who Aeon would choose to be his substitute. a decision that hung in the balance, leaving Raziel with a sense of unease, his mind racing with the possibilities and the uncertainty of it all, as the fate of the duel and the potential consequences hung precariously in the air, with Raziel's anxiety stemming from the fact that he was completely in the dark about Aeon's choice and the implications it could have on the outcome of the duel and the future that lay ahead. It could be anyone, and knowing the mastermind behind the plan, it would likely be someone incredibly strong, someone terrifying, and he might win the duel by default, but survival wasn't guaranteed. And if the substitute was significantly stronger, then no matter how clever the plan was, it wouldn't matter, as the protagonist could die right there on the stage, a realization that prompted a quiet sigh as he leaned back in his chair, his fingers ceasing their tapping as his mind thoroughly explored every possibility and scenario, the room around him buzzing with quiet tension, whispers, and side glances. But he was already far away, drifting deep into strategy and speculation, having not come there to lose, but having no other choice. And just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out from the side, laced with casual warmth and a hint of mischief, breaking into his deep contemplation. "Hey, friends! It's been a while, and it seems like the group has grown quite a bit," as a familiar voice echoed, causing Raziel to jolt in his seat, though he managed to keep his composure, clenched his jaw, and stayed still, refusing to let what happened last time repeat itself, the memory of which made his chest tighten, recalling how his mouth had spilled everything without control, like a dam had been opened, and he wanted nothing to do with the truth domain of the gods or whatever cursed thing Riven had used that day. As Raziel slowly turned his head, warily, of course, there he was. Riven stood beside his seat, leaning in slightly, his face far too close for comfort, wearing that ever-gentle, ever-fake smile. His silver-white hair fell neatly around his sharp features, and his eyes sparkled with some kind of knowing amusement, a sight that made Raziel's instincts go on high alert, given their past encounters, and the eerie feeling that Riven knew more than he was letting on, which only added to Raziel's unease, as he tried to maintain his stoic demeanor, despite the uneasiness that Riven's presence always seemed to bring, and the lingering fear of losing control again, which made him even more determined to keep his guard up and not let Riven get the better of him. At least not this time, as the tension between them was palpable, and the air was thick with unspoken words and unresolved issues waiting to be addressed, or perhaps ignite, depending on how the situation unfolded, and how Raziel chose to respond to Riven's probing gaze and sly smile, which seemed to be waiting for him to slip up and reveal something he would rather keep hidden. He raised an eyebrow at the figure before him, as if to say, "You look well," and in response, the other's eyes narrowed, clearly caught off guard, having not even heard him approach, with no sound of footsteps or even a heartbeat to be detected, leaving him to think bitterly, great, not even that skilled ability was able to help. How was he supposed to defend himself from something like this? And so he remained silent, not uttering a word, his jaw clenched shut, refusing to even twitch his lips, his eyes meeting the others with cold annoyance before rolling slightly in irritation. He didn't dare say a word to this being. Who knew what would slip out if he did? And he couldn't help but think, can't these beings just mind their own business? Why did they bother to come talk to him? Hadn't they already declared him an enemy? So what was with the casual greeting and the fake smile? He wanted to scream, to shove this hypocrisy right in their face. But instead, he just sighed inwardly, tightening his shoulders, his emotions simmering just below the surface as he struggled to maintain his composure in the face of this unexpected encounter. Riven said with a chuckle, acting like he was somehow hurt by the silence, and then he added in a calm, clarifying tone, like he was some honest man trying to fix a misunderstanding. "Don't worry. I'm not gonna pull any of that mind-messing stuff again. That last time, well, that was necessary. But Raziel still didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Riven with narrowed eyes, then subtly gestured toward the rest of the class. Nearly every pair of eyes was now watching them. Raziel's gaze said it all. Aren't you worried about what they'll think of you? Talking to me? He wanted nothing more than to be as far from this god as possible. Who knew what he could do just by talking? Riven seemed to get the message. He smiled again, as if humored. Yeah, you're right, he said, then turned around casually. As he did, he noticed the stares, the sharp glasses, the judging eyes of the classroom. But he didn't care. Without a second thought, he walked off like he had never even spoken to Raziel in the first place. Raziel rolled his eyes again. Why the hell do people call this god the fool? It should be the dumbass, or something that actually matches how clueless he pretends to be, always playing dumb while knowing more than anyone else. Of course, he already knew she would be in the royal classroom, as she wasn't some low-born peasant born into hardship or orphan drama, but rather a being of immense power, having picked the best template available, that of a prince of a neighboring kingdom, not some background nation, but a political vessel directly under the empire. A perfect background, far enough not to be involved in empire politics too much, yet close enough to hold influence. And even if that kingdom wasn't as wealthy or militarily powerful, it was still well respected, and he admitted it was probably the best place for him to reincarnate with noble status, freedom of movement, and minimal oversight. Just as he finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the damned being had left him alone, a voice pierced directly into his mind, saying he seemed to have grown strong, and so quickly too, and asking how he managed it. His eyes immediately narrowed, lips pressing into a tight line, as he realized it was a mental transmission, which caught him off guard. And he couldn't help but think about the implications of this sudden communication, and how it would affect his plans, as he tried to compose himself and respond to the voice in his mind. Riven had directly spoken into his thoughts, and that individual still wasn't done. As Raziel sighed slowly and glanced across the room, only to find Riven seated just behind Aeon, lounging casually with one arm draped over the backrest, his usual warm, infuriating smile playing on his lips, prompting Raziel to shake his head and choose to ignore it, thinking that the less interaction, the better. But Riven's voice echoed in Raziel's mind, calm, curious, and far too amused, saying he saw the poison in the dragon heart. Raziel gifted the chosen one, and what a creative way to secure victory, which made Raziel almost jump in his seat, but he managed to keep his face composed, refusing to give Riven the satisfaction of a reaction, remembering how he lost control the last time they spoke, and how Riven could pry into him, dragging out truths without warning. So Raziel thought back sharply, wondering why Riven would speak the obvious since he wasn't going to interfere, and he still didn't understand how the god could maintain such a perfect mental link with him. But then again, he was a god. And Riven continued, seemingly expecting Raziel to be startled or anxious that he might reveal his plan. But Raziel wasn't surprised that Riven knew, which was met with Riven's amused tone, as he expressed that he was expecting a different reaction from Raziel, one of surprise or anxiety that his plan might be exposed. But Raziel's calm demeanor was a notable exception, and Riven's mental voice conveyed a sense of curiosity and playfulness, as if enjoying the mental sparring match with Raziel, who stood firm, refusing to give in to Riven's goading, and instead chose to maintain his silence, denying Riven the satisfaction of getting under his skin, all while Riven continued to observe and comment on Raziel's actions, with an air of detachment and amusement, clearly pleased with himself for being able to unsettle Raziel, even if only for a moment. And Raziel's resolve was put to the test as he struggled to keep his emotions in check, knowing that Riven was waiting for him to slip up to reveal something he shouldn't, but Raziel was determined not to give in, and the mental game of cat and mouse continued, with neither side willing to back down, each waiting for the other to make a mistake. And Riven's calm and collected demeanor was a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing inside Raziel, who was fighting to keep his thoughts and emotions in check, all while Riven watched and waited. His mental presence a constant reminder that he was always one step ahead, and Raziel couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being toyed with, that Riven was enjoying the game of mental manipulation, and that he was just a pawn in Riven's much larger game. It seems that a most intriguing conversation has unfolded between two individuals, with one of them, Riven, sounding rather amused and curious, as he often delights in navigating the gray area between the known and the unknown, speaking in riddles that spark intellectual curiosity. And the other, Raziel, appears to be trying to maintain his composure, responding with a sense of detachment, advising Riven to think whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't disturb him, turning his face away, clearly not willing to give Riven any more satisfaction than he already has. But Riven presses on, inquiring about Raziel's calm demeanor, wondering how he can remain so serene in the face of impending defeat, pointing out that Raziel is intelligent enough to understand that he won't emerge victorious in 7 days, and that he could have easily found ways to avoid the battle altogether, suggesting that Raziel must be a forward thinker, and with the power he possesses, escaping or hiding should be a straightforward task. So why not flee instead of resisting the inevitable? To which Raziel narrows his eyes, and it becomes apparent that Riven has made some flawed assumptions, misjudging the extent of Raziel's abilities, revealing a significant misunderstanding that Raziel is aware of, as he seems to be staying calm despite Riven's probing questions. And Riven's words are laced with a sense of intrigue as he tries to unravel the mystery of Raziel's thoughts and actions. But Raziel remains steadfast, refusing to give in to Riven's attempts to unsettle him. Maybe the thought was that Raziel had unlimited access to regression or time travel, that he could always run, always hide, always reset the board, but he couldn't, because if he did have that ability, if he could rewind time endlessly and prepare for every attack before it came, then it would be easy to avoid every danger. That would be a game he could master. But that wasn't his reality. He had no such power, no endless regression, no chance to dodge what's coming, and more importantly, Riven had slipped up, he had said which meant the person he would face in 7 days was a woman, likely Aeon's sister, a revelation that shed new light on the situation, implying that the opponent Raziel would soon encounter was not just anyone, but a specific individual, a woman with a connection to Aeon, and this knowledge would have to be factored into his preparations, as he tried to ready himself for the challenge that lay ahead. With no ability to turn back the clock or change the course of events, he would have to face whatever was coming his way, head on, with the only advantage being the small piece of information that Riven had inadvertently let slip, a tiny crack in the armor of uncertainty that surrounded the upcoming confrontation. Raziel pondered the possibility that if not him, then perhaps his mother could be involved, though the latter seemed like a far-fetched scenario, as a Duke-level figure involving themselves in a student duel would be humiliating. So he thought to himself, he had to prepare for him, or maybe someone else entirely, and he'd have to consider all options. As for the notion of his defeat being inevitable, that wasn't new. Riven, like most gods, loved to speak in layered truths, coated in prophecy and half smiles. Raziel understood that and responded coldly. You do what you do, and I'll do what I can. And no, my end is in my hands, not in anyone else's. To which Riven replied, a light, a light. I understand. Everyone has their right to fight. And as for him, he never said he would stop Raziel. Did he? Raziel must know him by now. He's kind and benevolent. After all, Riven chuckled lightly, his words laced with a hint of sarcasm and amusement, as he seemed to be enjoying the exchange, while Raziel remained resolute and determined to forge his own path, undeterred by the ominous prophecy or Riven's cryptic warnings. Raziel didn't respond, his irritation growing, as the other person, Riven, continued to talk, saying, "Don't be like that. I just wanted to chat with someone who's died over 9,000 times. Honestly, you're the most fascinating person I've ever met. Even I haven't seen anyone like you." Still, Raziel remained silent, prompting Riven to ask if they were being annoying, and then proposing to ask one last question before shutting up, which was, why didn't Raziel just give up the match happening in 7 days, since it was clear he would lose, and wouldn't it be easier to just forfeit, walk away, since he already got what he wanted? Why resist the inevitable humiliation and pain? Raziel went silent, the question hanging in the air, or rather, in the cold depths of his mind. And it was a question that Riven wasn't wrong about. One that lingered, echoing the perplexity of Raziel's persistence in the face of an apparently hopeless situation. Raziel could have surrendered, letting go and walking away with his head low, but dignity intact, shielded by the holy promise that made him untouchable. However, that wasn't the point, as something within his chest twisted at the thought. Not driven by pride or hatred, but something much deeper that made him feel like if he abandoned the fight, he would never be able to look at himself again. And so, he finally responded, acknowledging that some battles aren't fought for victory, but maybe sometimes one fight simply to let the world know that someone stood on the battlefield, even if they ultimately lost. A sentiment that echoed deeply within him as he chose to stand his ground, despite the potential outcome, his actions guided by a sense of self-respect and the need to make a statement, rather than being driven by a desire to win or emerge unscathed. He was there, albeit possibly crushed, and an unsettling silence ensued, with even the typically vocal Riven remaining quiet for a while. And as for the other matter, Raziel's lips curled into a faint, defiant smile, his voice low and steady as he spoke, saying he could still say the same for Pesave, questioning whether it wasn't inevitable for him as well, given that he had relinquished his celestial form, descended to the mortal realm, and incarnated into human skin, all for the sake of a single girl. And he asked if there was no reincarnation of his wife, his eyes fixed intently on the classroom ceiling as if it held the secrets of the universe. And he pointed out that Pesave was out there chasing a thread of fate that had already slipped through his fingers once before. You, of all people, should know how fate works better than anyone. So why try again? Just give up. The mental link fell into momentary silence. Then, wait. What? How do you know that? No? How far in the future have you gone? Riven's voice suddenly rang in his head. Not with calm curiosity this time, but something close to genuine shock. That information isn't something you should know. Even others. Raziel smilked slightly, his eyes still fixed upward. As the conversation unfolded with a mix of surprise and intrigue, the air was filled with a sense of uncertainty. Riven's tone conveyed a deep astonishment, as if the knowledge shared was beyond the realm of what was thought to be possible. And Raziel's subtle smile hinted at a deeper understanding. A knowing glance that seemed to hold a secret. The silence that preceded Riven's outburst was palpable. A moment of stillness before the sudden surge of emotions. And now, with the words hanging in the air, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. As the two minds grappled with the implications of what had been revealed, the connection between them crackled with an otherworldly energy. A spark of tension that seemed to grow with each passing moment. Raziel's gaze remained fixed, unwavering, as if transfixed by some unseen force, while Riven's inner turmoil threatened to spill over. The boundaries of their mental link strained to the limit, as the weight of the revelation hung precariously in the balance. Now they're even, it seems, as a dramatic turn of events unfolds in Chapter 68, where the tone has significantly shifted, and a character's voice is no longer lighthearted and playful, but instead sharp, cold, and dripping with divine condescension, similar to a god speaking to an insignificant being. Raziel's response is a faint smile, accompanied by a quiet and mocking tone, as he remarks on how quickly they've dropped the friendly act, already resorting to threats, his eyes narrowing in skepticism, pointing out that he hasn't done anything wrong, simply listening to their grand words, silently enduring their mockery of his plans, and even managing a smile, all without retaliating or showing any fear, highlighting the complex and tense dynamic between the characters as they engage in a battle of wits and wills, with Raziel's calm and collected demeanor serving as a stark contrast to the other characters' abrupt change in behavior, underscoring the depth of their conflict and the inevitable confrontation that is to come. He leaned slightly back in his chair, a look of calmness on his face, but the atmosphere was about to take a drastic turn as he said, "I just said the same thing about you, and now you're angry, threatening me because I said something true." His words were laced with a hint of mockery, and his lips curved into a smug smile. "You know she's not yours. You know you'll never be together. That's the fate you refuse to accept. So why get upset when someone else says it?" He shrugged. "Don't try to joke if you can't take them." And then he uttered a phrase that sent a chill down the spine. "I can win you because I can. I can threaten you because I can. I could ease you without even lifting a finger, if you were even close to strong enough. Do you think I would waste time threatening you?" The voice on the other end of the link was cold, absolute, and divine. It was a voice that commanded attention, and Riven's words tumbled through the link, making Raziel stiffen. The mental space between them trembled. His soul felt like it had been grazed by the tip of a divine blade. The sensation was daunting, but even then, he didn't back down, not outwardly, and he muttered, "Whatever you want." His voice was barely audible, but it was a response that acknowledged the power dynamic at play, and the tension between them was palpable, a mix of emotions, anger, frustration, and a hint of fear, all swirling together in a complex dance as the two individuals engaged in a battle of wits with no clear victor in sight. He has no interest in her, she's not part of his plans, and he's not trying to chase her or get involved in some sacred soap opera. His fists clenched tightly beneath the table, his knuckles white, not out of anger towards the other person, but towards himself. Yes, this powerlessness is what he hates the most. The fact that anyone can invade his thoughts, speak in his mind, threaten him, command him, silence him, and all he can do is sit there, helpless, unable to stop the invasion of his mind. It's this lack of control that he despises. The feeling of being trapped and unable to escape. His mind is a battleground, and he's just a pawn, subject to the whims of others. He's trying to hold on to his sanity, but it's slipping away, consumed by the overwhelming sense of powerlessness that has taken over his life. He's struggling to maintain his composure, but it's getting harder. The grip on his emotions is tenuous at best, and he's not sure how much longer he can hold on. The tension is palpable, and the air is thick with unspoken emotions. His mind is a jumble of conflicting thoughts and feelings, and he's desperate to find a way out of this never-ending cycle of powerlessness and frustration. He was sitting there because he was weak, his existence currently serving a greater purpose, the grand scheme of fate, the preservation of balance, or whatever it was that the gods deemed vital, and as a result, his life was being spared, at least for the time being. as Riven wouldn't kill him just yet, not until his so-called sacred duty was fulfilled. But this knowledge didn't bring Raziel any sense of security, because he couldn't trust the gods, not even for a moment, as they were notorious for being capricious and unfathomable, capable of changing their minds in an instant and ending his life with a mere breath. A prospect that was both terrifying and infuriating, leaving him in a state of constant unease and fear as he was at the mercy of these powerful beings, whose motivations and intentions were impossible to decipher, and whose actions were as unpredictable as they were unstoppable, making his situation feel precarious and uncertain, with his fate hanging in the balance, and his very existence subject to the whims of the gods, who could snuff out his life at any moment, without warning or explanation, a daunting reality that he was forced to confront and accept, whether he liked it or not. It was utterly unacceptable. A situation that demanded real strength, not the fragile existence of being afraid to even think in one's own mind, fearful that a single misstep could lead to devastating consequences. A kind of existence that wasn't truly living. And as this realization set in, a sigh escaped, a acknowledgement that allowing anger to get the better of oneself was a mistake. And then a voice, softer and more grounded, yet almost regretful, spoke up, referencing a person with a significant role to play in maintaining balance, someone whose importance couldn't be overstated, especially not someone like them, implying a deep value and necessity that made the previous outburst of anger even more troubling. A stark contrast to the strength and composure that was truly needed as the voice continued, echoing the sentiment that this person's influence was crucial, and that losing control, even for a moment, was a lapse that couldn't be afforded, given the high stakes involved and the importance of their contribution to the greater good. Apologies, kid. The individual just lost control for a second. Perhaps it was guilt, or maybe just divine pride masking itself in humility, as the conversation about a certain girl seemed to have stirred something within him, making him overly protective and sensitive. Or maybe it was his arrogance that couldn't tolerate being spoken to as an equal by a mortal, but the other person didn't care either way, and simply said, "Just don't bother me," in a flat tone, as they didn't need apologies, especially not from gods, who uttered such words like a holy chant, but they were just shallow words used to protect their pride, rather than to genuinely admit fault, and so the apology was essentially meaningless to them. And with that, a figure vanished, leaving an eerie silence in its wake, as the pressure lifted and the voice that had been echoing disappeared, finally bringing a sense of stillness to the air, at which point a character let out a breath, his body relaxing only slightly, before murmuring in a low but firm tone, asking to be told how to become stronger and fast, to which a response came, stating that if the character was to ask, they were already progressing at a shocking rate, with the voice adding that just the previous day, the character was practically weaker than even the lowest rank, and now, the character's voice was filled with determination. As the system's voice chimed in, its words, a testament to the character's rapid growth, and the character's demand to become stronger, a reflection of their unwavering will. As the scene unfolded with an air of anticipation, leaving the character's future uncertain yet promising as they stood at the threshold of a new journey, one that would be marked by unrelenting passion and unyielding dedication to self-improvement, and the character's question, a plea to unlock the secrets of power, and the system's response, a hint at the character's extraordinary potential, a potential that was waiting to be unleashed. And as the silence lingered, the character's resolve only grew stronger, a flame that burned brighter with each passing moment, a flame that would guide the character through the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. And the system's words, A reminder that the character's journey was already underway, and that the path to greatness was one that the character was already traversing. With each step, with each breath, the character was becoming stronger, and the voice, a constant presence, a guiding light that would lead the character through the darkness and into the light, where the character's true potential would be revealed. And the character's question, a call to action, a call to unlock the secrets of the universe and to unleash the character's inner strength, a strength that would change the course of history. And the system's response, a promise of greatness, a promise that the character would become something more, something greater than they ever thought possible. Today, one could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of fierce monsters with ease. However, to improvement at a rapid pace, the advice given is to engage in countless battles, eliminating as many as possible, training with unrelenting passion, and most importantly, acquiring an abundance of skills, particularly those that are exceptionally potent in offensive combat, as currently, when facing an opponent possessing long-range capabilities, the outcome would be decided even before one has the chance to approach, a fact that is well understood, and it is no longer merely about enduring, but rather emerging victorious, with the primary objective now being to triumph, and the path to achieving this goal is through dedication and perseverance in combat and skill acquisition, as the focus has shifted from mere survival to attaining success and dominance. With the knowledge of what needs to be accomplished already present, and the conviction to take the necessary actions to achieve the desired outcome, he'd tear apart anyone and anything that got in his way, and now he sought guidance. His frustration simmering just beneath the surface as he asked the system, what kind of power should he focus on? Should he go physical like weapons, speed, reflexes, or aim for magic? Still uncertain which one was actually stronger, truly clueless on where to begin, desperately chasing power, yet lacking clear direction and foundation, with time not being a luxury he had, to which the system responded that it depends on his intended goal and the kind of threats he was expecting, elaborating that if his path was defense-based and his enemy relied on pure aggression, then a physical focus, material mastery, body training, swordsmanship, spear techniques, and so on would be highly effective. But one must be relentless. Before Raziel interrupted, already rubbing his temple in irritation, asking the system to just tell him straight, which is stronger, magic or physical. It's magic, no comparison, as it defies the physical world itself, whereas physical strength, despite being able to reach incredible levels, is always bound by natural limits, but magic has no such boundaries, allowing it to manipulate elements, laws, and concepts using not just one's body, but the very forces of the world around, making physical strength personal and magic universal. As the system's voice continued to echo in his head with clarity and undeniable logic, explaining that with enough mastery, mages can use mana to control storms, rewrite the rules of space, freeze time for a second, or bend reality itself, which is not something that can be punched or dodged, prompting a response of, all right, I get it, from the listener, who muttered and waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging the point being made about the unparalleled capabilities of magic. So it's magic then, and it seems that's the path that must be taken, with no other choice but to start learning magic skills as quickly as possible, already thinking ahead and mentally rearranging future plans. Because if power comes from magic, then it's a pursuit that will be undertaken relentlessly. And in order to get a better understanding of this, the question is posed to the system regarding the number of elements in the DAC faction, to which the response is that this is restricted knowledge and cannot be shared, but the insistence is made to just give a number, with a sigh and a rub of the forehead, emphasizing that the question won't be asked again, and the response is that there are many, but the main ones are 13, which is a piece of information that is received with a thoughtful pause, as the number 13 is repeated, no doubt to commit it to memory and consider the implications of this newly acquired knowledge. Raziel rubbed his chin thoughtfully, clearly taken aback by what he had just discovered, as it was more than he had expected. And to be honest, it was a bit surprising, with shadow being one of the primary dark elements, or so he could gather, and he couldn't help but wonder what it actually did, since that element had always intrigued him, and now it seemed he would need to collect more monster cores if he wanted to find out, and increasing his mana would be vital too. So Raziel sat there in silence for a few more seconds, deep in thought, before letting out a sigh, as he pondered his next move, still trying to process the information that had left him speechless, his mind racing with possibilities and questions, and the only sound being his own breathing, as the silence stretched on, with Raziel lost in his own little world, trying to make sense of it all, and figure out what to do next, with his thoughts consumed by the mysterious element of shadow, and the secrets it still held. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized he needed to learn more, and that his journey was far from over, and that there were still many things he needed to discover and understand in order to unlock the true potential of the shadow element and to achieve his goals, whatever they may be. And so he sat there, frozen in thought, his mind a jumble of emotions and questions and uncertainty, as he struggled to come to terms with what he had learned and to plan his next step in a world where the unknown seemed to lurk around every corner, and where the only constant was change and the need to adapt and to evolve in order to survive and to thrive. He muttered to himself, "Let's not complicate things for now," and instead decided to focus on the more immediate problems that needed to be addressed, such as finding food, shelter, and clothes, which were essential problems that he currently had no solution for. And to make matters worse, he didn't have anything to his name and knew that nobody in this empty place was going to lend him a helping hand. But then he recalled one potential solution, remembering that the academy provided dorms and even food for all its students. So perhaps he could take advantage of these amenities, at least for the time being, just to survive temporarily, which seemed like a plausible plan, and he thought that this could be a way for him to get back on his feet, even if it was just a short-term fix, and he figured that it was worth a shot, since he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. So he decided to explore this option further and see where it would lead him. Just as he was mentally mapping things out, a voice rang out loudly, slicing through the air like a blade, as someone exclaimed, "Professor Thalia, I'd like to raise an objection." And it became clear that the boy sitting in the back clearly isn't interested in listening to important matters like the rules, regulations, or how to earn contribution points. The voice continued, harsh and filled with contempt, stating that they don't believe he deserves to be in this classroom, and that the royal classroom is a sacred space where he doesn't belong. Also expressing that they don't feel safe having someone like him in the same room, and pleading, "Please, remove him," while strongly questioning whether he even passed the trials. Honestly, the voice, filled with hostility, rang across the silent classroom, and Raziel looked up slowly, having a pretty good idea who she was referring to, using words like unsafe and undeserving, which left no question as to who was being targeted, and the voice's harsh tone seemed to hang in the air, filled with disdain and dislike, as the class remained silent, absorbing the tension and hostility that had suddenly filled the room. His gaze found the source quickly, a girl standing tall, her posture perfect, her long aqua blue hair cascading down like a waterfall, Her eyes burned with disdain as she stared straight at the professor, and the woman she was addressing stood in front, arms resting atop the lecture stand. Most likely the professor herself, the one he had completely ignored up until now. He had noticed her when she entered. Yes, but hadn't paid her much attention. He never saw the point. Not like he planned to stay here long. But now the room had gone dead silent. Even the smallest whispers ceased. Lady Maya, Professor Thalia said, her voice measured but cool. She remained leaning casually against the stand, like someone listening to a mildly amusing story. Then, her gaze shifted to the back of the classroom. Right at him, he looked right back at her, meeting her gaze squarely. No reaction. After a long pause, Thalia turned back toward Maya, expression unreadable. The atmosphere in the room remained tense, with all eyes on the exchange between the girl and the professor. The silence was palpable, and the professor's calm demeanor only seemed to add to the intensity of the moment. As she stood there, waiting for Maya to respond, her eyes never leaving hers, the girl's long aqua blue hair seemed to shimmer in the light. As she stood tall, her posture unwavering, her eyes still burning with disdain. The professor's voice had been measured, but cool, and her expression remained unreadable. As she waited for Maya to speak, the room remained silent, with all eyes on the two women. The air was thick with tension as they stood there, locked in a silent standoff, the professor's eyes never leaving Maya's face as she waited for her to respond. The girl's eyes never leaving the professor's face as she stood tall, her posture perfect, her long aqua blue hair cascading down like a waterfall. It was a very interesting moment, the professor whispered, her voice calm but cutting through the atmosphere like a blade. And then, in a slightly louder voice that carried throughout the classroom, she asked, "Whoever believes that this student does not deserve to be here or should not be allowed to stay, please raise your hands." And there was a brief pause before, slowly, almost unanimously, hands began to rise. One by one, students lifted their arms, nearly the entire classroom raising their hands without hesitation. Disdain was written on their faces like it was a shared language. There was no shame, only cold unity. And he sat back in his chair, arms crossed, leaning slightly. His expression was unreadable. He looked around slowly, eyes scanning the room, taking in every face without flinching. This wasn't unexpected. It didn't even sting anymore. He scanned faces as the hands went up, including those of his peers. But then, his gaze landed on those that remained still. Notably, one person who stayed unmoved. Her name was not explicitly mentioned, but her actions spoke louder than words, as she chose not to raise her hand, a subtle yet significant gesture in the midst of overwhelming opposition. And it was this singular moment of restraint that stood out, a fleeting glimmer of uncertainty amidst the sea of unified disdain. Her face a picture of quiet resolve, a silent dissent from the prevailing sentiment. And he took note of this, his eyes locking onto hers, a brief, wordless understanding passing between them, a connection forged in the heat of the moment, one that would likely stay with him as the scene unfolded. A poignant reminder that even in the face of overwhelming opposition, there are always those who choose to stand apart, their silence speaking volumes, a testament to the enduring power of individual conviction and the unspoken bonds that form between those who dare to be different, all of which was encapsulated in the simple yet profound act of not raising one's hand, a gesture that reverberated deeply, a declaration of sorts, one that would linger long after the hands had fallen and the moment had passed, leaving an indelible mark on all who witnessed it, a reminder of the potency of silence and the unspoken language of the soul. Riven and Celestia, of all people, hadn't raised their hands, and that caught his attention, leaving him to wonder if it was due to boredom, indifference, or something deeper. And while he understood Riven, who seemed to know too much, he couldn't be sure about Celestia, or Selena for that matter. Maybe it was beneath them to engage in such petty groupthink, or perhaps they simply didn't care enough to participate. Either way, it wasn't out of kindness, and Professor Thalia watched it all with practiced detachment, speaking in a voice laced with sarcasm, saying, my, seems like almost no one wants you here, M. Raziel. And then she raised a hand, motioning for the students to lower their arms as she continued to observe the scene unfolding before her. A separate, small gesture directed a student to sit back down, which she did with a small huff of self-righteousness, as Raziel just tilted his head slightly, his face as blank as ever, and then Thalia continued, turning her eyes back to the class, then briefly towards Raziel, letting her clarify something for all of them. She straightened up from her lecture. None of them, no one, has the authority to remove a student from this academy once they've been accepted. Trials were passed, conditions were met. As long as rules are not broken, every student here, regardless of background, has the right to be present. The reaction was instant. Grumbling, dissatisfied murmurs, a few hands even raised again, but she didn't acknowledge them. However, she added, raising her voice, that does not mean the academy is blind. To the atmosphere in the room became even more tense. With students showing their discontent, Thalia's expression remained firm, as she emphasized the importance of following the rules and respecting the rights of all students. The students' reactions ranged from disappointment to outrage, but Thalia's words were clear and unwavering. She was determined to make it known that the Academy's rules and regulations would be upheld, and that every student had the right to be there as long as they followed the rules. The scene was one of unrest, with students still grumbling and showing their dissatisfaction. But Thalia's authority and conviction were evident. As she stood firm, her voice ringing out across the room, a stark contrast to the turmoil that seemed to be brewing among the students. He tone-cooled as the announcement was made. Due to special circumstances, a certain student will not be permitted access to certain privileges. Specifically, they will not receive any of the regular benefits afforded to Royal Classroom students, which means no food, no healing, no monthly stipend, and no protection will be provided. However, they may still train and study, but certain areas such as the student zones, cafeteria, and dorms are strictly off limits. This is a decision made by the headmaster. The class fell into a wave of murmurs as this was declared. And with biting calm, it was added that this measure is to preserve the dignity of the academy. The student in question will have to face these strict conditions. With no access to basic necessities, their experience will be vastly different from that of their peers, and the academy's stance on this matter is clear. As the headmaster's decision is final and binding, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. As the weight of this decision settled in, and the student's fate was all but sealed, with no benefits and no privileges, they will have to rely on their own abilities to survive. In a place where they are not truly welcome, the atmosphere was suddenly frozen as a statement was made. We do not welcome apists, which silenced everything, causing Selena to flinch, her hand twitching halfway upwards as if to object, but she pulled it back down, her lips pressing into a line, her eyes shutting, and she sank deeper into her chair, a deep, pained sigh escaping her, thinking to herself, if I say anything now, I'll only make it worse. Meanwhile, Raziel exhaled through his nose, thinking with a sardonic smick, well, there goes my half-expected food and shelter plan. Rolling his eyes, as Thalia gave no further room for discussion, saying, "That's all," and offering apologies if the Academy's current environment makes anyone uncomfortable, explaining that they are unfortunately bound by their own rules, but trying to offer some consolation by saying, "Don't worry, he won't be around long. Only 1 week, that's all." She tapped the lectern and stepped back, exiting the front of the room, and as she left, whispers immediately swelled, with the students expressing their shock and outrage, letting a apist into the royal classroom. What kind of academy does that? This is a stain on the whole empire, a disgrace. The room was filled with murmurs of discontent, until Raziel had enough. He stood abruptly, the scraping of his chair silencing the room again. Dozens of eyes narrowed as they turned towards him. Without a word, he walked to the front of the class. Calmly, slowly, smiling, he placed his hand on the lecture stand, leaning slightly forward, his eyes scanning the room. Some students flinched, others prepared to leave, but he lifted one hand, gesturing for them to stay. Wait, Raziel said, his voice calm, almost amused, as he began to address the class, his tone a stark contrast to the tension that had been building in the room. His smile still plastered on his face, as he seemed to be savoring the moment, the attention of the entire class fixed on him, the students waiting with bated breath to see what he would say next, their faces filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. As Raziel stood there, his eyes gleaming with a knowing glint, his voice low and soothing, yet laced with an undercurrent of authority. As he prepared to speak, the room held its collective breath, waiting for his words, the silence palpable, the tension thick. As Raziel began to speak, his voice weaving a spell of calm over the previously agitated students, his words hanging in the air like a challenge or a promise, as the class waited with rapt attention to see what he would say and how he would address the controversy that had been brewing since the apist had been allowed into the royal classroom. "Just give me a minute," a voice echoed. "I want to say something," as a host inquired what exactly they were doing there, to which Raziel silently replied, "Just a second. Villy, I have something important to teach these fine people." And so he tuned his attention back to the class, meeting their confused and hostile gazes. "I see a lot of angry faces," he said. "People dissatisfied with me being here, even hate me, and yet none of you know anything about me. Even those who seem to know him, like Selena, Aeon, and Celestia, leaned slightly forward, listening now, as his gaze locked on the blue-haired girl, Maya, the one who had stated this, and he declared, "I'm not here to explain myself," amidst the tension and anticipation that filled the air. It seems like he's trying to make them write down all the reasons they hate him, write a complaint letter, and then what? What's he going to do with that? Frame it. Maybe he's trying to reflect on it, understand them or something. Please, that's not going to change a damn thing. Could be he just wants sympathy with this whole stunt. Typical pity play. The classroom murmurs, built in hushed confusion as everyone tried to guess what he was planning. But he continued, voice unwavering. "So after you've written down all your complaints," he said, pausing just long enough to let the silence grow tense, "fold the paper neatly, real tight." He paused, and the classroom waited. "Then," he said with a grin, as the students struggled to make sense of his intentions, their confusion and skepticism evident in their whispered conversations. He's apparently trying to get them to put their feelings into words, but it's unclear what he hopes to achieve with this exercise. Whether it's a genuine attempt at self-reflection or just a clever ploy to garner attention and sympathy, the classroom remained on edge, awaiting his next instruction, their minds racing with possibilities as they tried to decipher the meaning behind his enigmatic words and the folded paper that was supposed to hold the key to their deepest grievances. Celestia was stunned, having prepared herself for anger, screaming, and maybe even a breakdown. But instead, she was met with a surprising lack of emotion, as if nothing had happened, and she couldn't help but ask why, trying to remain composed. But her small stutter betrayed her, and Raziel simply shrugged, saying it's not going to change anything, brushing off her entire existence with a flick of his wrist, leaving Celestia to open her mouth, then close it, then open it again, her eyes shimmering now as she let out a shaky breath and said she didn't know, before taking a step back, lowering her gaze, and doing something no one would believe if they saw it. She bowed, slightly, but enough, not as a princess or a noble, but as someone trying to make something right, apologizing for everything that happened and what she did, knowing it doesn't change the past, but needing to say it. And that small act cost her more than anyone would imagine, throwing away her pride, titles, and status for a moment of fragile humanity as she closed her eyes tightly, hoping he would at least understand what she was trying to do. Maybe he would sigh and shake his head. Maybe he wouldn't speak to her, but she hoped he would at least feel something, as she remembered how he used to be so mature, even as a child, never breaking, never fighting back, just taking it all with that calm, unreadable face. Surely he would forgive her. But instead, he said he had something important to tell her, and she looked up, confused, asking what it was. And he slowly lifted his hand, pointing directly at her chest, his fingers steady, eyes locked with hers, saying he hated her, and always would. A sentence that made her heart shatter, piece by piece, under the weight of those words, as she had prepared herself for anger, resentment, and indifference, but not hatred. And she straightened a little, blinking rapidly, as if that might somehow ease what she had just heard. Her lips parting, but no sound came out. Her throat had gone dry, and she could see he wasn't lying. There was no hesitation in his eyes, no flicker of doubt, just cold, dead sincerity, the kind of truth you couldn't reason with. And Celestia took a slow breath in, but it trembled before she could release it. Still, she didn't allow herself to cry. Not here, not in front of him. And instead, she said she saw, her voice quiet, her gaze still locked with his, as if silently asking for something more, anything. And Raziel stared at her for a long moment, his cold eyes unblinking, finding her apology pathetic after everything, after she had been one of the ones who destroyed his life, twisted his fate into this hellish spiral he couldn't escape from. Now she came to him, expecting what? Forgiveness? Understanding? Closure? What did she want? Did she truly think that by whispering a half-hearted sorry, he would magically ease years of agony and respond with a smile, telling her it was all fine? And Raziel had wanted to know the reason for a long time. For years, actually. He had craved it like water in a desert. Why Selena accused him, why Celestia had stood there and, with those special eyes of hers that could distinguish lies from truth without fail, nodded and confirmed it. She had known he was telling the truth. Her eyes would never lie, and still, she crushed him under the weight of her silence. It wasn't just betrayal. It was betrayal from someone he had believed in, from childhood. From the very moment he was born into this world, Raziel had known these people would one day become his enemies. It was written in the novel, preordained by the plotline. They were the protagonists of the story, the chosen ones, and he was fated to be the villain. But he had tried to escape that fate, obviously powerless from the start. He knew he had nothing to offer. The original villain was powerless too, until the age of 14. The plot had told him that much, and the power that came late, he hadn't even wanted it. Those abilities were curses. Dark, destructive, meant to twist him into a monster. He didn't want that. So he made a plan. If he couldn't fight fate with power, maybe he could fight it with people. He thought, why not build good relationships? Maybe, just maybe, if he acted differently than the villain he was supposed to be, if he showed kindness, built trust, proved he was nothing like what the story wanted him to become, then they would see, they would understand. So he tried. He worked hard. He smiled when he didn't want to. He helped when he didn't have to. His mother, his sister, his family, the families of Selena and Celestia. He spent time with them, listened to them, shared innocent laughter and long conversations under starlit skies. He gave them everything. He avoided Aeon more than the rest. Yeah, he had always known that one was a lost cause, destined to be his arch nemesis. But even then, he played his part. He stayed civil, friendly, and at times even helpful. Not because he wanted to deceive them, but because he wanted to believe that he could change the ending, and it had been working. At first, things were slow, but progress came. The moments the plot had predicted, the events that should have torn him down, isolated him, painted him as evil from childhood never came. Not as they were supposed to, meaning it was working. He had grown close to them, not just acquaintances, but friends. He became the beloved young brother to Nova, the one she protected and spoiled. He became the best friend of Selena. She had been so deeply attached to him, almost inseparable. And Celestia, the Eve-proud imperial princess, he had impressed her so much, not with magic or power, but with sheer respect, gentlemanly charm, and unwavering devotion, knowing she would be the strongest. That their relationship had blossomed into an engagement. The royal family approved. His own family was overjoyed. Everyone had celebrated. And at that time, he thought maybe he really had changed fate. Maybe the villain could have a different ending. Yeah, children in this world were quite precocious, born and raised among high expectations and noble bloodlines. So things like engagements, reputation, and even political ties were normal here, honestly. Even he had grown emotionally attached to everyone. After all, spending time with them day after day, it just happened quietly, naturally, before he even realized it. And when he finally did, he didn't fight it. Why should he? What was so wrong about it? Wasn't it a good thing having people around? Sharing warmth, laughter, even silence. He almost forgot who he truly was. He had grown too soft, leaning on them more than he ever intended to. But wasn't that only natural? People form bonds. Even animals begin to love when shown enough care and time. So why not him? He was still human, not to say. But then, that day came. The awakening ceremony. In their world, the age of 8 marked more than childhood. It was the first true step into destiny. A day every noble-born child awaited eagerly, when their innate talent would awaken and be formally revealed to all. The ceremony that shaped their future, their place in society, their value. Everyone had something. Everyone except him. Raziel had known deep down that he was in for a shock, but the expressions on the faces of those around him were a mixture of confusion, pity, disgust, disappointment, and shock, especially from his family, with the eldest whispering words of dismay. As a noble without talent, a son of legacy born with nothing, was unthinkable. And Raziel suddenly shook his head, snapping himself out of it, realizing there was no use dwelling on old wounds. The hunger to know why they had betrayed him, turned on him, had long since dulled under the mountain of what came after, and he was fine, just as he was now, So he inhaled sharply and turned his gaze back at Celestia, his voice cold and guarded, asking her what she was doing there, if they were just wasting time, with no warmth in his eyes, as he didn't believe her, not even a little, whatever her reason for coming. It couldn't be pure. Not after all these years. Not after everything. And he didn't believe in them anymore. Not in her. Especially not in her. And if she came to apologize, he had nothing to offer in return. And Celestia, who had been watching him quietly, exhaled softly, as if trying to compose herself. But her expression hardened, her royal composure snapping back into place like armor, as she began to explain, her voice eerily calm, that she had never wanted to be married to someone weak, someone beneath her, and the engagement had been arranged by her mother, leaving her no choice, but she had spoken against him to break the engagement, not to destroy him, just to nullify the promise. And she thought his family's influence would help him survive, maybe with a light punishment or public humiliation, but he would survive. And her voice faltered slightly as she admitted she hadn't expected his mother and sister to go that far. And it wasn't her intention, just a miscalculation. And all at once, her entire justification tumbled out, like she had been holding it back for years. And Raziel's shoulders sagged a little, as she claimed she had never hated him, that he was close to her, like a friend, and she had planned to fix things, to apologize properly. But she thought he was dead, and she looked at him, her eyes searching, explaining that she didn't want him to think she had betrayed him, and she knew how the world worked. That if the Empress had a weak husband, she would have a weakness. And just imagine, even he would be in danger. And a deep, almost deafening silence followed. As Raziel stood still, his thoughts stalled. The millions of reasons he had imagined over the years shattered, one by one, like glass underfoot. And it was just because she didn't want to marry someone weak. And his throat tightened as he whispered, just because of that. And Celestia nodded slowly, her gaze unflinching, trying to explain that she was only 10 back then, and she wasn't mature. She didn't know what would happen, and she messed up. But she tried to fix it later, and Raziel's laughter was bitter as he pointed out that she had read the entire Imperial Library by the age of 10 and was already studying politics and diplomacy, and she was being groomed to rule the Empire, so maturity wasn't the issue. And Celestia mumbled, awkwardly shifting her weight, saying that she didn't think he needed to hate her, and she really didn't mean for things to turn out like that. And her voice grew quiet, less confident, as she offered to help him, almost unsure of her own words, like she was searching for something to cling to, and everything felt so distant. And honestly, she deeply regretted her decision, and that moment from years ago still haunted her. And if she could rewrite that part of her life, she would. Again and again, if only it could undo the damage. But she couldn't, and it unsettled her. Seeing the hate in Raziel's eyes, directed at her, and it made something twist uncomfortably inside her chest, and she didn't want him to look at her like that.